700,000 people are celebrating their birthday.
Has that ability to make everything look so easy, almost casual.
Insultingly so.
Yes, and I'm sure a lot of players take it that way.
Well, I don't know, though. Hingis does it with a twinkle in her eye. That's why she gets away with it.
Davenport breaks again. It goes out 2-1.
And now, this tournament summary, sponsored by Fidelity Investments.
Quick look at the tournament summary. Michael Chang, after a real battle against Marcelo Rios, advances to his third career U.S. Open semi in a 5-setter last night. Manon Bolograf and Rick Leach won the mixed doubles championship yesterday. Congratulations to them. And Kafelnikov and Vacek won the men's doubles today.
You are the architect of your financial future. Fidelity.com helps you make the plan. Together, you narrow it down to a few ideas. Commit to those that meet your specs. Visit Fidelity.com and start building the fund portfolio of your dreams.
Here comes the airplane. It's coming into land and there's an open hangar. Oh, no. Look at the big airplane.
How long have you disliked airline food?
Open, open, open. No, not open.
Perhaps you've known since you were a child.
Oh, yes. What a good baby you are.
That's why United has hired Chef Sheila Lukens of the Silver Palace Cookbook to create our meals. And Coach, of all places.
Well, you're looking at Venus Williams. She'll be on the stadium court next. Here she is on a practice court just outside the Arthur Ashe Stadium. Final warm-ups for her matchup against Irina Spirlea. A little loose from Hingis. And there are the Williams sisters. Serena joining Venus out there on the practice court, and that's next. Venus facing the number 11 seed, who's had quite a run in this tournament, Irina Spirlea of Romania. Davenport up 15-love. Too deep, too good from Hingis.
Davenport held serve to start this match and hasn't held since.
Steps in on that short ball, and he just kind of drifts in there. It kind of shows up with the ball. It's quite remarkable. She just knows where it's going to be. She's got 2 break points. We haven't had a hold yet in this second set. Davenport's 2 games came on breaks of Hingis serve. Shows up again, and another break brings it even at 2.
You off me here.
Let's go over to Bill McAtee on the Stadium 3 court.
All right, Tim, thank you very much. This is the fourth match point for the number 1 team in women's doubles. And they have come back from a set down, winning the second set tiebreak Now winning in the third set 6-2. They'll play Lindsay Davenport and Jana Novotná in the women's doubles final tomorrow. Back to Arthur Ashe Stadium.
Some great stuff there. The two friends smiling at each other and a little exhaustion after all that running around.
Even when Hingis was chasing down this shot, she had a smile on her face.
Yeah.
She knew it was makeable.
And it was fun to go get it.
Yeah. Well, it looks fun. It must be lovely.
15 love. Even at 2 in the second set, make it 30 love. Now you saw Fernandez and Zverev are the top seeds in women's doubles advancing to meet Davenport and Novotná. Lindsay and her partner Jana defeated Hingis and Sanchez Vicario in the other women's doubles semifinal. And that championship match will be tomorrow at 11 o'clock right here on CBS. Wide from Davenport. Of course, tomorrow also will bring you the two men's semifinal matches in singles. An exciting day of tennis beginning at 11 o'clock. The women's doubles final. More smiles, but this time Davenport prevails.
40-40. Lindsay getting something short to work with by going into the Hingis body.
Davenport battles back. That was a good deep shot. Hingis couldn't counter it. Or that deuce. Another sneaky drop from Martina Hingis.
She starts the point off with a nice big 96-mile-an-hour serve and goes from power to touch right away.
That's wide, and a 3-2 lead here for Martina Hingis, already up a set.
In life, she captured the world's imagination. In death, she became a legend. Now the world says goodbye. See Farewell to Diana, a CBS News special, Saturday.
Some people just have an eye for a great story. Public Eye with Brian Gumbel. CBS Wednesdays this fall. The address is CBS. Welcome home.
Hi, Bob Vila here with an exciting new hand tool from Sears. If you're impressed with our Craftsman RoboGrip pliers, wait till you see this. Hey, Jim, how you doing with that table?
Oh, these hex nuts are driving me crazy. My adjustable wrench keeps rounding off the corners, and I don't have box end wrenches for all the different sizes.
Here, try the Craftsman Pocket Socket adjustable box end wrench. With a one-hand adjustment, you can lock onto nuts and bolts of almost any size, metric or standard, from 5/16 to 3/4 of an inch, or 8 to 18 millimeters. The closed box end clamps tight, and heat-treated steel construction makes it durable. And because it's a Craftsman hand tool, made in America, it's guaranteed forever.
For rush delivery of your Craftsman Pocket Socket, get your Sears charge or the credit card ready and call 1-800-653-8383. That's 1-800-653-8383. Or send your check or money order for $19.99 plus shipping and handling to the address on your screen. Call 1-800-653-8383 right now.
Martha Stewart, weekdays on WRAL TV5.
Michael Chang, take the rest of the day off, will you? I mean, went 5 last night to beat Rios. 5 the match before that, 4 sets against young Jeff Salzenstein. I mean, does he need to be out here working out?
Honestly, I'm sure it'll be a very light practice for Michael Chang.
Meanwhile here, 3 games to 2 Hingis. In the second set, she has a set in hand against Lindsay Davenport.
Hingis again breaking open the point with some short stuff. Because Hingis' strokes are so clean, Tim, you can't see when all of a sudden her take-back changes and she just barely drifts the ball over. Davenport has, in fact, won less than half of her service points. Michael Chang last night, again, as you said, he went 5 sets with Pianine, went 5 sets again against Rios last night, was cramping in our late night studio as he was talking down the match with us. And here he is out there again. Remarkable effort from him.
15-30.
Davenport at 15-30. 74% first serve, but winning only 40%. That's she's just not getting the most out of that, obviously. Mary, that goes back to your point that she really just needs to work on that, develop more pop.
Yeah, and she can. I'd love to see it happen. Right now, though, I mean, she's so does not want to have to put in a second serve that she's pretty much bending in a lot of these first serves, and they're not worrying Hingis either. Robert Van Pop in a white cap sitting next to Lindsay Davenport's mom. Been her coach, but he's been Lindsay's coach for the last couple of years. And then on the bottom of the screen is Lynn Raleigh. She worked with Lindsay for a long time. The USTA Junior Development Program. So she's had a lot of good people watching her grow.
Break point save. Play set up with that drop shot by Hingis that has troubled her throughout.
Man, here's Davenport trying to break a streak of 5 straight service games given over to Hingis, and now at game point, a big double fault. Her first of the day.
Too much. Another break point for Hingis.
When you have to go after your shots as much as Davenport does, you have to make those shots. You cannot have as many unforced errors as she's giving Hingis. I think that's a good serve to Hingis. Get it up nice and high against her backhand side. You'll get something short most of the time off of just about anybody going there.
point for Hingis.
Serena Spirlea stretching out, and she will have to stretch a bit to try to beat Venus Williams, who's played so well.
Davenport having to work so hard here. She's been broken 5 consecutive times. Trying to stanch the flow.
An awful lot of people here watching this match are pro Davenport. They'd love to see her come through, but Davenport says that this is the toughest crowd she's ever played in front of. You always have to prove yourself to him.
Again, another one of those sneaky, dinky drop shots, and Davenport looked exhausted by the time she arrived at it. It was so close to the net.
And this match is being played in a good spirit, Tim, because, you know, Davenport knows Hingis is trying to get her with the short stuff, trying to make her run, and yet every time she gets taken for that, Shane smiles like, yeah, I know what you're doing to me.
That's a nice spirit.
Now, her second double call decides the game for Martina Hingis, and that could just about do it. Comfortably leaning now on a set and a break.
Hingis at 4-2.
You know, on the run, Hingis gave up something a little loose, and that's why Davenport was able to snap at it like that. She is as free and easy a striker of the ball, Lindsay Davenport, as anybody you'll see. But then here's another example of something she just tried to do too much with. And perhaps at this stage of the match, perhaps she is a bit fatigued, Davenport. That makes you go for sloppier shots because you're thinking a little bit more sloppily. You know, she doesn't want to make this into a running match, so she's trying to break open these points early. She's coming up on the wrong end of too many of them. There's one. Now that's great looking.
Just smacked it.
Yeah, well,
flat out smacked it.
It was a 74-mile-an-hour serve. It wasn't going to worry Lindsay. A nice high kick, which didn't trouble her 6'2" frame.
Again, Hingis getting her on the run. 30 all. Another free swinging return, giving Hingis no chance.
30-40. Perhaps we're seeing now that, you know, Davenport relaxing a bit down this far. She's able to swing away and play some of her best stuff.
Victories in this set have come on service breaks, and it's 4-3.
Well, what do you think?
It's great, Mr. McEnroe. It'll make a great T-shirt. I love it. It's just that...
What?
Well, it's a little thing hardly worth mentioning.
What?
The logo, John.
The logo?
Yeah. Do you think maybe you could make it bigger?
Bigger?
Yeah.
How much bigger? 1 inch?
2?
2 inches. Absolutely. Good idea. Wish I'd thought it myself. You need anything else? Cup of coffee?
See store displays for details on how to order your limited edition U.S. Open Heineken T-shirt designed by John McEnroe.
These days, we could all use more endurance. Say about 24 hours worth. I know I could. And now I've got it. Because now the Odor Fighter's a new high-endurance deodorant lasts even longer. New high endurance lasts a full 24 hours. No one else is this strong, this long. Plus, it's got this new Pure Sport scent. So now you can smell better, longer. Guaranteed. Or call 1-800-PROVE-IT and Old Spice will buy you a stick of yours. Hey, no matter what you're into, now you've got all the endurance you need. A full 24 hours. Guaranteed.
It's the first thing we all reach out for. And we never really stop. When we marry, buy a home, build a career, raise a family. Even when we retire, we still reach out for something only a company like Travelers can provide. Whether it's life insurance or long-term care to protect you today, or annuities to enrich your tomorrows, what we all want is what Travelers Life and Annuity promises. Something to hold on to.
The New York Times says Brooklyn South is building a reputation as the drama that will push the limits of network television. Brooklyn South premieres CBS Monday, September 22nd.
Lindsay Davenport serving at 3-4 here in the second. She's down a set to Martina Hingis, the top seed from Switzerland. Bunch of breaks in this set. Davenport broke to open it. She's been broken 3 times and Davenport twice.
One of my heroes, Maria Bueno. She won this before. It was called the U.S. Open. 4 times. 30 love.
Should say 3 breaks against Hingis as well. This set, the on serve. Whoa, there's that forehand again from Davenport, starting to find some range with that. Quickly to 40 love.
Oh, yeah. Oh, caught wide. And Lindsay Davenport is taking it on the chin from Missy Malul in the chair. Have a look. Just wide. .40-15. Wait, please.
Some paper towel flowing toward the court, quickly gathered in by the ball girl.
That was not thrown by Davenport.
Game Davenport.
Davenport hole. 4-all.
Boy, after 6 straight service games lost, Davenport finds a way to hold on and even this thing. She's played so relaxed to get even. It'll be interesting to see whether Davenport can keep that going. You can see her trying to keep herself loose. Long.
Just a modicum of intensity picked up by Hingis here, I sense, to jump into a 30-love lead here once she was threatened by Davenport.
This is just such a perfect pickup from Hingis. Oh, yeah.
Well, a love game for 5-4.
Hingis leads 5-4.
ship. I slipped on right overboard.
Hi, boy. Ocean view. I don't think so.
I'm in a bit of a hurry.
That is so true.
So, where was I? You can do more with the American Express card.
Well, I was in the neighborhood first, and Dave came up to see how I did get such a good lawn. I went over and I peeked into his tool shed, and he was using Turf Builder. Dave's secret is to follow whatever I do. Any spot you look is nice and green and thick.
With last year's drought, our lawn still came right back because we had good root structure.
I would never consider using anything other than Scott's. I have the best lawn in the neighborhood. I think Brad has some nice spots on his lawn, but I think overall I have a better lawn.
We're looking at the upper reaches of Arthur Ashe Stadium, 22,500 the capacity. Not all the seats are filled for this first of two women's semifinals today. Most of them are sold, USDA is happy to report. Lindsay Davenport must hold here. She hasn't been able to do that in this set. Once, pardon me. She did in her last service game.
What she hasn't been able to do is hold twice in a row at any point in this match. And she doesn't do that here, she's gone.
Love 15. Even at a 15 all.
Now Davenport plays at 6-2 off the ground. Now all she's got to do is play at 6-2 on the service line, and she could really be among the very best. She already is there, but she could win majors like that.
Just wide.
15-30.
Hingis, for her part, just seemed to decide a game ago that she was somewhat threatened. Might have to be out there a little longer than she wanted to, and
jerked the leash a little.
Love game. Quickly to 5-4, putting all the pressure right back on Lindsay Davenport. 15-30 at 4-5 in the second down at 7.
15-40.
And here are the match points for Martina Hingis. Two of them. That's long. She had the chance for the open court. But it was not to be Lindsay Davenport's day. Martina Hingis, smile and all, advances to the final. Two good players, two good sports, two good players, but one better than the other. Martina Hingis into the final will await the winner of Venus Williams and Irina Spirlea. That's our second women's semifinal upcoming on the Arthur Ashe Stadium court. And now let's take you down to our studios and Pat O'Brien.
All right, Tim, we're not going anywhere until we find out where Martina Hingis is going. Across the court, we assume to say hi to her family.
And she's going to go up to her mom up there. And saw this at the Australian Open. She jumped all the way up there, and she's going to, maybe she's thinking about not quite getting. Venus Williams got almost jumped all the way up there.
It used to be a lot easier. Those family courts were right courtside, where your dad used to sit a lot.
Maybe we used to talk to the USDA about that.
I think we just did. So Martina Hingis, 6 down and 1 to go here at the U.S. Open, and I'll tell you, she's been putting on a clinic.
Pat, was she impressive today? I mean, I thought Lindsay Davenport really came out and was playing great at the beginning. She won the first 2 games. You can see there, Martina moved on to the final. Lindsay came out looking real strong, and it just seemed Martina just picked her game up.
Still to come, Venus Williams and Irina Spirlea. Spirlea, the 11th seed. Venus Williams unseeded here. The last unseeded person to go to the finals was Darlene Hard in 1958. So we'll see if Venus can make more history here. We'll be back with more as we look at Lindsay Davenport as she thinks it over at the U.S. Open in a moment.
Please stand by. This flight will begin boarding momentarily.
Paging Mr. Wright. Paging Mr. Wright to is oversold.
Flight delay.
Would you like to speak to my supervisor?
This flight has been delayed. We have no further information.
If Orville and Wilbur had to go through what you do just to fly,
Ladies and gentlemen,
they never would have gotten off the ground.
the flight to Kitty Hawk has been canceled.
Isn't it time an airline started heading in a different direction? United Airlines, rising.
See the world run. Run, world, run. Run. See Texaco run. Visualize, hypothesize, explore, and relentlessly search and find the energy the world needs to run. Run, world, run. Texaco, a world of energy.
You are the architect of your financial future. Fidelity.com helps you make the plan. Together, you narrow it down to a few ideas. Commit to those that meet your specs. Visit Fidelity.com and start building the fund portfolio of your dreams.
Let's see. Sense of humor. Must be good with children.
You think your folks are cheating on their income taxes?
Probably. Romantic.
You may now kiss the bride. Whoa, check it out, kid!
Fashionable. Enjoys fine food. Loves to dance. Fun. Spontaneous. Nice hair.
How do you like my hairpiece?
And a promising career.
Hi, welcome to Taco Bell.
The Late Show with David Letterman. The right man at the right time.
This U.S. Open update is sponsored by Fujifilm, an official sponsor of the U.S. Open.
Welcome back to our coverage of the United States Open Tennis Championships. Martina Hingis has advanced to the final of the U.S. Open. We'll get to her in a moment. But first, let's go down to courtside to Andrea Joyce, who is with Lindsay Davenport. Andrea?
All right, thanks, Pat. Lindsay, you looked so strong early on. What happened to your service game, though? You're broken 6 straight times today.
Yeah, I think I only held twice, and unfortunately, that's not going to get it done against Martina. But yeah, I didn't serve particularly well, but I didn't serve that bad. She returned pretty well, and you know, after I got broken, maybe the first and second times, I lost a lot of confidence on it. But you know, she played pretty well today. It was tougher conditions than I think it seemed. It was a lot windier down here than I thought it was going to be, and she handled it much better.
You are not one to make excuses, but I know you've been fighting a bit of a cold, and you were congested and coughing this morning. Did that affect your energy at all out there?
Maybe just a little. I think I've been fighting it a couple of days, and I definitely didn't feel great today. I don't feel like I played to my capability, which is a little disappointing. But, you know, I'm happy with the way I got here, and wow, she's playing well. I think she's going to be pretty tough to be here.
Well, how do you think Williams or Spirlea could beat Hingis playing the way that she is? Do you think either one of them has a chance against her?
I think it's going to be pretty tough to be Martina. She seems pretty fired up in all the Grand Slams, and she's playing extremely well.
Well, Lindsay, it was great to see you playing here the second week. Yeah. Congratulations on a good run, and we'll see you next year.
Thanks. I hope so.
All right, back to you, Pat.
All right, Andrea, thank you very much. And for the 6th time in our studios is Martina Hingis. Congratulations again, and nice to see you. They were just talking about that you're obviously the favorite here. You're so tough to beat. But she was hitting the ball hard today, wasn't she?
Yeah, you said before it was only 111 minutes, but it was a really hard time out there against the wind. She hits the ball so hard, and you just kind of keep the ball in the game and hit it even harder, but it was very, very good match from my side.
You seem to do a little more than just keep it in play. I mean, you really seem like you use her pace. You know,
That's right.
Sometimes you have trouble against players that don't hit hard, but you seem to just time the ball so beautifully and just take it early and make her move.
Yeah, there's no other chance if you play her. Otherwise, you give her the time to do her game. And she said, well, the only chance how you beat me is not let her do her game, but it's the same with her. Just you can't give her the pace and just play your game. And first you just have to block it, and then you have to try and go for the angles.
Let's take a look at some of the highlights from this afternoon's match and see what you think of is the first game of the match.
Well, I don't think that much. I had so many chances out there.
Well, we talked about, Lindsay started out playing really well, and she, in fact, broke you early here.
Yeah, we had we played that game in 10 minutes, so you say the match lasted only
Didn't take you long to warm up,
30 minutes, and the first game was so long. If that's going to keep going like this, it's going to be very hard.
This was an amazing shot, this one you come up with here. This is break point at 3-2 in the first. And I don't know how you hit this shot, and you'll see it coming up here. I mean, you're behind the baseline on a perfect eye dropper there.
Well, I don't know how I did it.
Your mother doesn't know how either.
It was kind of like a lucky shot.
I don't know about that, Martina. I've seen you do a few of those.
Well, against the wind, I tried, if I've got the chance to make the game, so I just hit the drop shot because you can't make the point against her from the baseline.
Is that something you think about, like, during the point, or did you just decide at the last second to go for the drop shot?
I knew when I get a little shorter ball or something, when I have the time enough to do that, so right away, drop shot.
Well, she tries one on you here. This is another great point.
Yeah, I was like running forward and backwards like 2-3 times in the same point.
You never lose your poise, though, and that's something that can't be taught to anybody. Where does that come from? You have such tremendous poise out there and concentration.
Well, I was very focused in that match because I lost the last one I played against her, and I thought, well, this is the semifinals of the US Open, and I really want to play well. And in the beginning, I was maybe a little nervous. I didn't serve as well as...
You nervous? What?
I was nervous.
What's going on?
This time, I was nervous. I maybe didn't look like, but also me, yeah. Especially against her, yeah.
What do you think of Venus Williams?
Well, I think she had a tremendous tournament so far, and she has a very good chance also in the semifinals now. She's hitting the ball very solid. Each game is better and better.
And who would you, the old question, who would you rather play? Who do you think you match up better to?
Well, I never lost against Spirlea, so of course I'd rather play her. But Williams, I also, the last match, she only made like 3 games, but it was different there.
She's probably playing with a little more confidence.
Well,
but you've only played Venus once before, right? Twice before?
2 times. Right.
Anything about her game that scares you, or does anything scare you?
This is Martina Hingis.
I know. Well,
Well, I had little problems against Lindsay because I know she hits the ball so hard from the baseline. You can't give her any chances. If there's a shorter ball, she just makes it away. And against Venus, you always kind of have the chance, come back into the game. And she's not serving as well. And the return, so she still needs a little experience on the court, but she's getting better.
And your serve's improved quite a bit. I mean, that was the one thing they said, well, you could attack your second serve. But you seem to, I see when the big point comes along, sometimes you throw that pretty good pace on that first serve.
Well, she killed me. Lindsay, she just, sometimes when I was trying to,
just
drop it over, so she just killed it. And, well, I had to risk a little bit more, and this is the most important thing, hit the first serve against her.
Well, it's a beautiful day out. What are you going to do now? Rollerblade, play some more tennis, horseback riding, go to the track?
Maybe all the above.
Oh, you'll come with me?
Yeah,
I go there.
We'll come with you.
You can get out here in time.
Let us out of here. He's got some money in his pocket. Thanks for stopping by. It's always fun to have you here. Good luck on Sunday, okay?
Good luck.
Thank you. So Spirlea and Williams still to come on Arthur Ashe Stadium this afternoon in our second semifinal. Great day of tennis here at the Open. We'll be back.
Thank you. Good luck. Yeah, well done.
Very nice, Martin.
Hey, honey, he's walking. Get the camera.
Fujifilm presents the smallest one-time use camera. Smaller than a key case. Pack of tissues.
Stay with Daddy.
A wallet.
Come on, where is it?
The 24mm Advanced Photo System Quick Snap takes great big pictures. And it's so small, you'll always have a camera handy. Just try to remember where.
Remember, Mr. Pearson, once you enter the witness protection program, you'll disappear. Here's your new passport, driver's license, and keys. New house, new car. Mr. Simons.
Happy trails to you until
nice car.
Again. Yeah. Happy trails to you.
He's not going to make it, is he?
I think life is made of promises. You need them when you're little, and you
rely on them all your life. Promises are how we tell each other that we care. They don't really have a beginning or an end. They're forever.
For more than 145 years, people across America have relied on Mass Mutual for life insurance and financial security. Mass Mutual, the blue chip company. We help you keep your promises.
And now that my show is in its second season, a lot of my friends are worried that success is going to change me. And I tell them, hey, I'm still the same simple guy I've always been. Apple!
Everybody Loves Raymond season premiere, CBS Monday, September 22nd.
Man! You're fired. What is that? You throw like a woman.
Welcome back to our coverage here at the U.S. Open. I'm Pat O'Brien along with Patrick McEnroe, and we're having a good time this afternoon. Martina Hingis is in here looking very confident, very poised. She's ready to move on to the finals. We'll find out later who she'll play. Let's take a look at the scoreboard because it was another one of those days for Martina Hingis, an hour and 11 minutes.
Yeah, actually a lot of time on the court for her. She's used to under 45 minutes. But Lindsay Davenport, I thought she played pretty well. But Martina, she was able to raise her game to another level. That's what the champions do, Pat.
Martina's had 2 matches here over an hour. The rest of them have been about 40 minutes. Over in men's doubles, we have a championship this weekend already. We've given out a trophy.
Yep, Kafelnikov and Vacek. Kafelnikov a little disappointing in his singles here. There he is, Yevgeny, and Kafelnikov-Vacek won the French the last 2 years running. That's Daniel Vacek serving. This was match point in the second set. They won the first set in a tough tiebreaker. This is the point of the match right here. A little bit of everything. A little finesse, a little power, a lot of power. Great hands from Vacek. Kofi winds up. And then Vacek tries a little finesse. It didn't work, but not too wary because they still had a couple more match points. And shortly thereafter, in fact about 3 seconds later, they wrapped it up.
So Yevgeny Kafelnikov and Daniel Vacek are U.S. Open men's doubles champion, and they picked up a nice trophy. And there's the trophy.
And Jonas Bjorkman, who, of course, losing there, is playing singles in the semifinal, so he got a nice little workout.
Yeah, he did.
Get ready for tomorrow.
Women's doubles semifinals. You over and watched some of that match over on Stadium 3. Gigi Fernandez and Natasha Severova.
Well, they were in big trouble in this match. This was Severova serving at 3-5 in the second set. They lost the first set. Arendt and Bolograf actually served for the match in the second set, but lost it in the tiebreaker. And then the top seeds got to match point in the deciding set. And the current French Open and Wimbledon champions, one match away from another Grand Slam title.
And we'll see the finals tomorrow here on CBS on a big Saturday of tennis coverage as we continue our championship weekend. Also, the men's semifinals tomorrow, and Greg Rosetsky against Jonas Bjorkman in the first semifinal. And also Michael Chang, the only American left in the draw, against Patrick Rafter, the Aussie. And after his practice today, Andrea Joyce caught up with him, and here's how that went.
Patrick Rafter signing autographs after his practice session. Patrick, you said yesterday you felt you almost couldn't do anything wrong. You've been playing so well. Do you get the sense that you're in the zone right now?
Things have been going great for me at the moment, so hopefully I can keep that going. It's going to have a tough one against Michael coming up tomorrow, so but I'm aware that I do have bad days. Hopefully it won't be tomorrow.
And how about the matchup with Chang? It's quite a contrast in styles with you two.
Yeah, it makes for a good fun match, though. That's the fun thing about it. So I think hopefully people get their money's worth, and the best man will win on the day.
He looked exhausted after his quarterfinal match. Do you think perhaps you might have an edge there?
I hope so. I need all the help I can get, and if that's going to be it, I'll take it.
Okay, best of luck. Thanks.
All right, Andrew, indeed. In fact, Michael Chang sat right here last night. He was cramping up. He was very, very tired as he was doing his victory interview. But he can come back quickly. He's a strong kid.
I think he can, but Rafter is also a very strong guy, and I think Rafter has a bit of an edge going into that match. Chang, as strong as he is, he's had 2 tough 5-setters. rafter, he's going to be as fresh as the days, and he's going to put a lot of pressure on Michael Chang.
Where do you think Chang's head is that so often he's the underdog in these tournaments, and now he's a clear favorite?
Well, I think he got over that a little bit against in the match against Spirlea, because I think at that point he was a little bit nervous, because that was right after Sampras had lost. But once he toughed that match out and really gutted it out, because he almost was out, I think then maybe he's going to play his best tennis, and he's going to have to, because Rafter is one of the hottest players on the tour this year.
He said he was stressed out all day about the match, but he sure looked tough out there
Pretty
on the
relaxed,
court last night. Pretty relaxed the way he plays tennis. Coming up next, Venus Williams, who has already engineered a stunning march to the semifinals at her very first U.S. Open, will try to take the next big step as she battles Irina Spirlea of Romania. Bubbly and energetic, Venus, as we saw, really had nothing to lose and, well, everything to gain. But now, as Andrea Joyce reports from beyond the baseline, Venus sees a title within her grasp, and she has become focused on the big prize.
CBS Sports presents Beyond the Baseline, sponsored by American Express, proud sponsor of the U.S. Open.
Even when she was just 11 years old, Venus Williams already had the look of a champion.
When I was young, I was always around tennis even before I started, and so I kind of expected to be here. Maybe that's probably something I could say.
Venus is exactly where she thought she'd be. To her, this successful run at the U.S. Open is no surprise at all.
A lot of people didn't think I could play this type of tennis, or they weren't sure, but I already knew that I could, and I knew that it would just be a matter of time before I was able to pull it together.
Venus has pulled it together here, becoming the first player since Pam Shriver in 1978 to make it to the semifinals of the U.S. Open on her first try. She remains undaunted by a situation that would be overwhelming to many 17-year-olds.
I think that there's just a lot of people who are always so excited and who aren't able to handle it, and then when there's someone who comes along who is able to just because they are, or just because it's just the way they are, people aren't used to it. The way I am.
That confidence and composure is sometimes interpreted as indifference. And while some players have suggested Venus is unfriendly in the locker room, for her, it is simply a place for business.
Basically, when I come to the tournament, I come early in the morning, I get my practice in, and I leave. I go in, then I go out. I don't hang around. I don't take naps in there. I don't dine in there. A lot of people do, but I have other things.
Venus enjoys being different. She refuses to be categorized or to be awed by the venue named for another great African-American athlete.
The Arthur Ashe Stadium was great, but if I hadn't practiced and worked hard, whether I played in the stadium or not, it wouldn't have really mattered. So that just has nothing to do with it. And a lot of people say good luck and things like that, but it's just nothing at all. I spent hours, a lot of time, and when I could have been doing a lot of other things, but I put the time in.
And now the work is paying off. The smile is irrepressible. Make no mistake, Venus Williams is having the time of her life.
It's just pretty exciting. It's like one of the best times in my career right now. So I'm just taking it all in stride. It's not over yet.
Well, she's definitely doing it her way here at the Open.
Yeah, she's ruffling a few feathers along the way, but, you know, it's hard to say. We don't know what's going on exactly inside the locker room and whatnot. I mean, we know she's a great tennis player. She's a great athlete. She's young, and she's going to learn how to take care of herself. Maybe she already knows how to take care of herself. And she's a great competitor, and we're going to see that today.
One thing, she's bringing back all the songs with the word Venus in them, you know, between Shocking Blue, Bananarama.
Yeah. I think Shocking Blue is my favorite.
Distant Cousin. You like Shocking Blue? They'll be on court in about 15, 20 minutes. We're going to see her in action against Testude when we come back. After this, stay with us.
American Express Small Business Services. How can I help you?
How can I help you?
Right. We only work with small businesses.
Why don't we start with your cash flow?
And our equipment financing plan will help spread out the payments.
That'll definitely give you more flexibility.
How about setting up a line of credit?
We can do that.
Then I'll put you in touch with one of our CPAs so you can start getting ready for tax time.
We can always make adjustments when your situation changes.
Call 1-800-SUCCESS to find out how American Express Small Business Services can help you do more.
Doug Moore doesn't like making promises he can't keep. So, when his allergies act up, He copes with the itchy eyes and sneezing. But once congestion and sinus pain kick in, he needs something more. Tylenol Allergy Sinus. It does what the leading allergy prescription can't. It takes care of all his symptoms. So Doug can take care of a few things himself. Tylenol Allergy Sinus. Strength you can trust.
Well, I was in the neighborhood first, and Dave came up to see how I did get such a good lawn. I went over and I peeked into his tool shed, and he was using turf builder. Dave's secret is to follow whatever I do. Any spot you look is nice and green and thick.
With last year's drought, our lawn still came right back because we had good root structure.
I would never consider using anything other than Scott's. I have the best lawn in the neighborhood. I think Brad has some nice spots on his lawn, but I think overall I have a better lawn.
The Gregory Hines Show, CBS Friday this fall.
Short time from now, out there on Arthur Ashe Stadium, Venus Williams and Irina Spirlea of Romania. Venus, of course, from Compton, California, playing a semifinal match here at the U.S. Open. Let's take a look at how she got here. Here's a quarterfinal match on Tuesday night against Sandrine Testude. Williams won the first set, then she's down 4-1 in the second, battled back, and now knotted at 4 after winning 3 in a row. She's serving.
Venus got such a great first serve there, and Sandrine Testude you're looking at there. She's really one of the hottest players in the women's tour this year, particularly this summer. Of course, we saw her beat Monica Seles in a thrilling match at Wimbledon. She was just one place away from being seeded here at the Open, so it was by no means a fluke that she had gotten all the way to the quarterfinals. She took out Mayoli, Eva Mayoli, who was a French Open champ along the way. And one of the most improved players on the women's tour this year.
Venus has really just rolled through the U.S. Open. As we said earlier, the last unseeded woman to get to the finals, 1958. As Andre did it 94. Men's side.
40-50. Blue Serriere from test 2, where she really had a stranglehold on this second set at 4-1, but Venus fighting back real strongly. Really attacking well, taking the forehand early.
40-30.
So game point for Williams.
Had some problems with those beads.
Game Williams.
She had problems with those beads. A couple of them fell out. She was handing them out after the match. It was a 5-4, the second set. Still the semifinal to come here at the USTA National Tennis Center. We'll have more action from that match. But right now, we're going to go to CBS News for a special report.
Good afternoon. I'm Harry Smith reporting from CBS News World Headquarters in New York. Another act in the drama leading up to the funeral of Princess Diana. Tomorrow is about to be played out now. You're looking at live pictures from London. Ever since her death in Paris last Sunday and the return of her body to London later that day, her coffin has been resting in the chapel at St. James Palace near Buckingham Palace. St. James is where Prince Charles lives. Well, now the coffin is being moved. And as we say, this is a live picture. It's being taken to Kensington Palace, where Diana had been living since her divorce from Charles. Original plans had the funeral procession beginning at St. James, but when it was decided to lengthen the procession route so more people could view it, it was also decided to have the procession start at Kensington, much farther away from Westminster Abbey. CBS News correspondent Tom Fenton joins us now in London. Tom, it has been quite a day, has it not?
It has been a day like I have never seen in my 18 years here. A day of deep emotion. That's not something you usually associate with the royal family. You'll see now the hearse with the body. The coffin is covered with the royal standard, which is only done for people who have the title Her Royal Highness, and there's some speculation the Queen might give the title back to Princess Diana posthumously. The crowds are enormous. There are hundreds of thousands on the Mall, the great avenue that leads up to Buckingham Palace, and they're all watching now as the hearse slowly moves past. It's a ride of several miles that will take them to Kensington Palace, Diana's home, where she lived in London, and where she will spend the night before tomorrow's funeral.
This is an important moment, Tom, because so many people have been waiting so long for a chance to even just view the casket.
That's right. The reason so many people are crowding into London, and some say there'll be 6 million tomorrow, a tenth of the population, is because people want to be there. They don't want to watch it on their television. They feel they have to do something, that Diana did so many things for so many people. They want to make an effort. Already, the area in front of Buckingham Palace is totally full of people. And tomorrow, there will be millions along this route.
Tom Fenton with us live in London. Thank you so much. The other important story of the day is Mother Teresa has died. The nun who witnessed to the poorest of the poor, dead today in Calcutta at the age of 86. Full details on your local news and, of course, on the CBS Evening News with Dan Rather later on this evening. Right now, let's go back to the U.S. Open.
And we'll take a break here, and we'll be back with more tennis after this.
There comes a time when you realize you've come about as far as you can on your own. And if you want your investments to go further, you're going to need someone with the expertise and the resources to help you go the distance. It's not an admission of failure. It's an admission of success. It's an acknowledgement of what you've got at stake here. That moment of truth when you say to yourself, okay, no more fun and games.
Smith Barney. They make money the old-fashioned way. They earn it.
Jerry, there's too much clutter. Let me know when you've changed.
Change. I'll start with change. Everybody parks, everybody wins. Keep the change. Dear Kristen, I've changed. One stamp, please. I know I got it. Oh,
one stamp.
Even at the post office, you can do more with the American Express card. You can keep all of this.
I can't eat salsa. Just one little taste, and I'd have heartburn all night. Oh, this? I took a Pepsid AC.
Everybody from the Pepsid AC. You can be heartburn-free with Pepsid AC.
When Doug Moore's allergies go beyond sneezing to sinus pain and congestion, he turns to Tylenol Allergy Sinus. It takes care of all his symptoms, so Doug can take care of a few things himself. Tylenol Allergy Sinus.
You felt it the first time you watched Hill Street Blues. This fall, you'll feel it again. CBS presents a groundbreaking new drama, So Real. It'll grab your heart.
Saving a life today, huh?
And never let go.
This job lets you help people need help. Lock up people need locking up. And you work with the best people you'll ever meet.
Brooklyn South, premiering September 22nd on CBS.
Beautiful day here at Flushing Meadows, New York, as we're getting set for our second semifinal with the women. Venus Williams coming up against Irina Spirlea. They'll be out here in about 10 minutes, so we've got some time to show you how Venus got here. Let's pick up that quarterfinal match again against Sandrine Testud. We're in the second set. Testud was up 4-1, but now she's serving 5-6 in the second. The night match at Arthur Ashe Stadium, Tuesday night.
is why. You know, the amazing thing about Venus Williams, Pat, and we've touched on a little bit this week, is she's played in her first U.S. Open, and she just has really shown no signs of nerves or tension, apprehension at all about being out there and playing in certainly the biggest tournament in the country and one of the 2 biggest in the world. And after she upset Anka Hoover in the 3rd round in straight sets, really felt like maybe she might feel the pressure, because then everyone, obviously we in the media and everyone in the tennis world talking about her, went into the next round being a favorite, won that easily, went into this match probably as a favorite as well, handled that so well. Now she's 2 points away from the match.
She's taken some hits about her mannerisms in the locker room, not talking to a lot of players. She's doesn't seem to bother her, the criticism. Hammered every now and then in the press room. That doesn't bother her either.
Apparently not. I mean, she's obviously not real concerned about it. It may make life a little more difficult as, you know, she plays on the tour more and more. You've got to spend so many hours with your fellow pros, and usually it makes life a little bit easier when you can be cordial and get along.
Because when I was 17, I didn't like the press either.
Exactly.
They weren't asking though.
Well, she certainly created quite a stir amongst the crowd and the fans, and that's what it's all about. Getting the people into it, and the people love her style, her personality, and her game.
Yes.
She's got a huge game.
And great for tennis. Make no mistake about that. 17 years old.
That's for sure, Pat. Back to 30 all. Testudo with a nice backhand there. Testudo ripped that one, went for it, but just caught the tape. And now Venus Williams fighting her way back, as you mentioned, from 1-4 down. Her sister on the left there, Serena, and her mom on the right look on at match point.
And that's how she got to the semifinal. After 2 sets on Tuesday night, the family jumping for joy. And maybe we'll see her go up and talk to her family. We saw Martina Hingis earlier. And this is the match that her beads had started to come off, and she had to make what she called I think what we called a bead adjustment. But she's definitely the buzz. A lot of spirit. You can tell they love her. And there's what we're going to call victory run to mom.
Seen that a couple times. Nice guy up there, a little pull up there.
A little exercising along the way. And this match still to come now, as Venus will be back out there again against Serena Spirlea. And Spirlea runs a lot around the court, but Venus is as comfortable as you can get on this surface because she grew up on it in Compton, California.
You're exactly right, Pat. She's used to the hard courts. She's used to playing fast type of intense tennis. But Spirlea, I mean, we kind of gave her some slack earlier when we talked about Kornikova. We talked about, hey, Kornikova's a new thing. She went out and beat Kornikova. Then she comes along and she beats Monica Seles in a great 3-set match. That was tremendous tennis. So she feels a little bit slighted, and she made some comments about Kornikova. Hey, everyone gives Kornikova attention. What about me? I'm a veteran. Right. And so a little similar today, but Venus Williams, I mean, she's into the semifinals, so she's proved herself here. But I think Spirlea, excellent chance to get to the final here.
Well, another player here always talks about the attention he receives, or doesn't receive, is Michael Chang, and he actually doesn't talk about it, but he's a guy that, even though he's a #2 seed, we're all sitting here talking about Andre Agassi and everybody else, and he played a tough 5-setter last night, but was out here today practicing, and Andrea Joyce caught up with him.
Michael, you looked absolutely whipped after last night's match. How are you recovering today?
Not too bad. I had a little bit of a late night, but, come out here and just have a nice, easy hit and take the rest of the day off.
It didn't look like such an easy hit. We were surprised to see you out here for more than an hour.
Well, I feel like you got to come out here and you got to practice and you got to do what you got to do. And, we have a pretty good routine. So, I feel like got to have to come out and work on some things. And obviously it's going to be important to play well against Raptors. So, you know, you got to take care of the things you got to take care of.
What about Patrick Rafter? He beat you the last time you guys faced each other just a few weeks ago. What was the difference in that match, and how will you approach this one?
Well, obviously I have to approach it a little bit differently, otherwise we're going to come out with the same result. So, you know, we've learned some things from that match, and be able to apply it tomorrow, and, you know, hopefully things will go well. But, you know, I'm looking forward to it. I'm excited about it. You know, Patrick's been playing some tough tennis, and, you know, not only at the Hamlet, but he's been carrying it on into the Open. So it's going to be a good match, and, you know, Saturday should be a fun day, and go out there and go out and praise the Lord.
Okay, go get some rest. Thanks a bunch.
You know, with his success here, Patrick, he's become much more open, great interview, and been having some fun at the U.S. Open.
Yeah, well, he's had some fun, and why not? He's winning. It's always a little more fun to win. But he mentioned something there that I think is key about Michael Chang is he said, I learned from that last match that I lost to Rafter. And Michael Chang is one of the best guys in the world at adapting and at changing a losing game. And he's going to learn what went against him in that match against Rafter and try to use that tomorrow. But Chang, don't kid yourself. He's a little bit worn out, a little bit tired.
All right. Venus Williams and Arena Spirlea coming up here on Arthur Ashe Stadium. Women's semifinal match after this message, after a message and a word from your local station.
Cosby's looking forward to a nice, peaceful fall. But his new next-door neighbors will turn his world upside down.
I buried your keys.
Where did you bury my keys?
I forgot.
It's Cos and Kids.
Please, please.
Find the keys.
On the season premiere of Cosby, CBS Monday, September 15th.
The address is CBS. Welcome home.
I keep reading about this one mutual fund, so I ask them about it. Oh, our blah blah fund is just as good. But I don't see their blah blah fund on this list. Now what?
At Schwab, we don't push funds. We show you how they've performed in our mutual fund select list. Call 1-800-4-SCHWAB and get your copy free.
So it's Monday morning, and I decide to move money from one fund to another. I gotta call up one fund, wait for a check, mail the check, wait for it to clear. Now it's next Monday.
With Mutual Fund One Source, choose from hundreds of no-load funds and get one statement. Which to choose? Call Schwab for our select list free. They recommend this, then that. Then they recommend I sell the first thing they recommended.
This was supposed to be easy.
Now what do I do?
Then I get my statement. Ouch. Get someone on your side. Get the investment firm where no one is on commission. Maybe that's why over 50,000 people choose Schwab every month. Call now and get our mutual fund select list free.
Martha Stewart, weekdays on WRAL TV5.
There you see the crowd inside Arthur Ashe Stadium, looking live at Flushing Meadows, New York, waiting for Venus Williams and Arena Spirlea to come out and play their second semifinal match. And here they come down the Hall of Champions, as we're going to call it, with all the pictures of the great champions here at the U.S. Open. Spirlea, a very smart player, had a great U.S. Open.
And Venus slapping five with the crowd before she even goes out there.
Venus Williams at 17 years old and making friends all along the way. Great for this game of tennis. And he's got a lot of fans. And I know they're watching back in Compton, California as well. There's Arena Spirlea, the 11th seed here at the Open.
She's really come through the draw impressively. Pat, very experienced, very solid forehand, great serve. All-court game. She's going to need that today against Venus Williams.
All right, let's send you upstairs now to our denizens of tennis. That would be Tim Ryan and Mary Carrillo. Tim?
Thanks, Pat. We went from connoisseurs prior to the first match to denizens
I think
one match later.
Denizens is a little closer to the truth.
Yes, I think you're right, too. Well, Pat earlier referred to Venus Williams as being the buzz of the tournament. She's certainly been the most exciting force in the women's part of this U.S. Open so far, making it to the semifinal, just her 20th professional event, and the first to make it to a semi as a debuter here, a debutante in the U.S. Open since 16-year-old Pam Shriver back in 1978. And Venus Williams looks like she could go farther.
Well, I mean, the thing is, you're right, Tim. This is only the third major in which Venus has competed. And sometimes I think what you don't know doesn't hurt you. I mean, that's what's really happened for her here. She looked uncomfortable on the clay of Paris and on the grass of Wimbledon. But Venus Williams has been groomed for greatness from the time she was 4 years old. She does not have a lot of experience with losing. and she surely hasn't shown, much of a fear of it thus far in the tournament.
Well, we have seen a lot of maturity in her shot making in this very tournament that has gotten her into these semifinals.
Well, against Sandrine Testou, who's a very crafty French woman, Williams continued to get herself out of trouble just from the sheer force of her physicality. I mean, sometimes she doesn't know. I mean, obviously she's very new to this. She's very raw. You see it sometimes in her court strategy or lack thereof. But she's so physically strong and she's so gifted off the ground and on serve that a lot of times she can just bang her way out of trouble.
And tons of confidence that we've seen so far. Now, her opponent is certainly the most overlooked player to make it this far into the semifinals and has had the toughest draw getting here.
Irina Spirlea has done a fabulous job getting here. You're right. I mean, she's had to play a bunch of good players, including the first phenom she had to get through was Anna Kournikova, and she did that. It was a very noisy night match, and the fans were very much hoping that Anna Kournikova was going to pull that off, but in fact it wasn't. Spirlea hung tough for that. Then she beat the number 5 seed, Amanda Kutzer, after she handled Kournikova. A lot more people had heard of Kournikova than Irina Spirlea, and that kind of gets to her a little, a little bit. Then she beat Kutzer. Then she beat Monica Seles on this court a couple of days ago in a fabulous women's quarterfinal match, and she just hung tough with Seles, who really was just moments from winning this match. But Spirlea showed increased movement off the ground, a very fine slice backhand, and just some real grit. So she really deserves to be here. Again, she's got an awful lot more experience than Venus Williams. It's really her experience against Venus's game.
You know, you say 23 years of age, and she's got a lot more experience. I mean, it's an amazing thing in women's tennis, and she's been on the Pro Tour since the age of 16, and that's why she has that much more experience. Seeded number 11 here from Bucharest, Romania. Divides her time between the U.S. and Italy in her training, and a record of 36-12 this year. She's been getting better and better. She's lost 20 pounds over the last year and a half. It has improved her footwork. And now Venus Williams against the veteran Larissa Neeland showed right off the bat that she was going to be difficult in this tournament. A good win over the 8th seed Anke Huber, and then against Sandrine Testou, who had a great summer as well, a much improved French player. And she certainly is deservedly here in the semifinals, much to the surprise of those who would say, ranked number 66, unseeded. How can she make the semifinals in her first ever year? And that height of 5'11", we think even since those stats came out, she's grown a couple of inches because she's much closer to 6'2".
Oh, she really is. And she'll be something.
Now, we talked to her about playing Spirlea, an opponent she has yet to face.
Most players I've played so early in my career, I haven't played them before. Usually what I do is just focus on my game, because as long as I have my things together and my game, and as long as I don't try to worry about someone else, because when you start doing that, then it's because you don't have your things together.
So there you're now looking at a live shot. Again, a sign of that confidence that Venus Williams has shown throughout this tournament, and to the media, to her fans, to the locker room of other women players on the tour, not overly concerned about playing somebody that she has not played before. It would be quite a story for this young woman to make it to the final in her first ever appearance in the U.S. Open. We'll be back to see if she can do it.
People like to go places. Town hall, the ball game. That's why we invented cellular. Now we're perfecting more advanced wireless systems, wireless office systems, and even cordless phones, so you can go even more places. Lucent Technologies. We make the things that make communications work.
You ride into town. Fidelity.com is your sidekick. Together, you rustle up independent research. Trade stocks and options. Get your hands on IPOs. It's just $28.95 a trade. Hit Fidelity.com and start clicking at anything that moves.
We make ice cream. I know very little about computers. I'm clueless. I'm an idea guy. I'm not a computer guy. I'm the guy that dreams up the flavors. Computer cream, thinking. I don't know anything about the computer system. I'm really into ice cream, and I need someone who's as good at computers as I am at ice cream. I'm a hands-on ice cream guy, not literally.
For 50 years, every smile, every tear was leading up to one unforgettable night. The Emmys come home to CBS Sunday, September 14th. CBS Sports coverage of the U.S. Open, a USTA event, is sponsored by Smith Barney, Lucent Technologies, United Airlines, and by Infinity.
Tim Ryan and Mary Carrillo on this beautiful afternoon here at Arthur Ashe Stadium in Flushing Meadows, New York. 75 degrees, low humidity, a little breeze down at courtside. Moments ago in the warm-up, something that may be considered against tennis etiquette. What's your response here?
The players were taking their practice swings on serve, and Venus just snuck in a little return of serve practice, which doesn't often happen.
Rarely, would you say?
Rarely is very fair to say. Yes, I would say that.
So stepping over there to get a little taste of the Spirlea service during the serving warm-up, not something that you see often at all, as we settled on rarely. And of course, she has not played Spirlea before, and so to get a racket on the ball during a serve there during the warm-up, perhaps she felt was going to serve her well. We're ready for live tennis in our second semifinal. Joan Bornbaum from San Jose, California is the chair umpire. And Spirlea will serve to open the match. Irina Spirlea, 23 years old, from Bucharest. Ranked number 12 in the world, seeded number 11. Remember, Steffi Graf not here because of injury. That altered the seedings, of course, in the U.S. Open.
30 love.
And quickly to 30 love on two whacks of the ball.
Spirlea, I would think, perhaps owns the very best first serve in all of women's tennis.
She had 9 aces against Monica Seles in her 3-set victory, 6-3 in the third. Quarterfinal round. Perfectly played and calmly so by Irina Spirlea. 40 love.
40 love.
We'll be back with more from the U.S. Open in a moment. But first, Pat O'Brien introduces us to one of the new faces in tennis.
You get cars, transportation, I mean, you get free massage, haircuts, everything you need. So, I mean, they treat you like a king here.
You don't have to make a promise for it to be binding. Sometimes a promise just finds you. No poetic words, no fanfare, no fancy presentation. It's just understood. There's really not much you can do, except your best.
For more than 145 years, people across America have relied on Mass Mutual for life insurance and financial security. Mass Mutual, the blue chip company. We help you keep your promises.
Venus Williams to serve for the first time. Spirlea held serve with a 40-love game to open the match.
The fastest serve ever struck by a woman at the U.S. Open was hit by Venus Williams a couple of days ago at 119 miles an hour. Of course, the hardest hit serve in women's tennis was done by Brenda Schultz-McCarthy. That was at Wimbledon, 123.
Closing there with a solid volley. Spirlea had a whack at it. Didn't make the play. 30 love. Volley long. Williams with a record of 30 and 18 entering the Open. Won 5 consecutive matches.
The interesting thing, though, Tim, is that coming into this match, Williams has hit more errors than winners. And she's still here.
Return there from Spirlea. Seemed a little off her feed throughout that game, actually, and we're even at 1 here on the first.
1 game all.
Set of this best-of-3 women's semifinal. The winner to meet Martina Hingis for the championship Sunday afternoon here on CBS. Serving up a view of the courts from 1,500 feet above. Green Fujifilm blimp. Beautiful shots.
Oh, some beautiful carving off the backhand side from Irina Spirlea.
15 love.
There's the red, white, and blue and green Fujifilm blimp. And what a view they have, and what a view they give us. Beautiful Arthur Ashe Stadium and the surrounding new court layout at the USTA National Center, Tennis Center.
It's unusual to speak about a women's match and put such a premium on the quality of the serves, but the serve is going to dictate whether Spirlea wins this match or whether Williams' serve will help her win this match. Absolute key for both these players.
Spirlea's best previous appearance here at the Open was last year. She made the 3rd round. So this is her first venture into the semifinals.
Spirlea's big weapon, her forehand side.
30-15.
She stood up on that one, and it went well long, but she's had over 100 winners coming into this match off of that side. No other player in the women's draw has drawn more winners from any other part of their games. It's been the single most dominant shot at the U.S. Open this year. An average of 20 winners per match off the forehand side from Spirlea.
102-mile-an-hour serve there at some pop. 40-15.
There's a nice forehand winner.
Came to the line to go up 2-1 here in the first set.
Spirlea leads 2 games to 1.
About time. Yeah, finally got one.
You're just too good to be true. Can't take my eyes off you. You'd be like...
Well?
Huh? Out.
Thanks. I must say, you're doing a great job today.
Kind of like Felix Unger. It's kind of like Oscar Madison. The Infiniti QX4. Own one, and you'll understand.
The sea has been in my family for about 200 years. My name is Peter Kelly. I'm with Mobil. I was the first captain on the Eagle. Well, the Eagle was the first double-hose supertanker built and operated by an oil company. 2 ships, one inside the other. The oil is contained in the inner hull. The Eagle was designed to be as environmentally protective as it could be. Mobil makes sure that we have the best ships. My job is to make sure that we are also the best sailors.
Spirlea awaiting the serve here at 1-2 from Venus Williams to Brian and Mary Carrillo, covering this second of the 2 women's semifinals today here at the Arthur Ashe Stadium. Williams jumps on that volley.
15 love.
On serve here in the first set.
A nice kicking serve got Williams very tight to the net to spike home that winner. A lot of people have been asking Venus why she hasn't been coming to the net much, why she hasn't been serving and volleying. And already today, she's tried to do that an awful lot.
First double.
Williams has a tendency sometimes when her serving goes off, she tends to let her head drop too much, and she loses all the great extension. Nice slice backhand from Spirlea, but it sat up and gave Williams time to attack. A lovely combination of backhands from Irina Spirlea won her that point. She'd driven a topspin backhand, then came up with that slice, and had plenty of court to work with to finish it off.
Venus showing her speed of foot. She said, if they drop shot me, I will get there.
Yeah.
Well, she got there, but of course, Spirlea had a whole court to hit behind her. Big serve from Williams.
40-30.
Nicely angled to 40-30 at 94 miles an hour with a great angle on it.
15th ace of the tournament for Williams. Spirlea had 33 coming into this.
That's wide, and another hole for 2-all here in the first set.
2 game ball.
Not since Virginia Rizic has a Romanian woman played this kind of first-class tennis. On the women's side, of course, Elena Stasi and Jan Tiriac made plenty of noise for themselves in men's tennis.
Hingis awaits the winner of this match for the championship of the U.S. Open women's side of the tournament. 2 o'clock on Sunday afternoon here on CBS Live. Oh, a nice backhand from Spirlea.
30 love.
I mentioned Ilie Nastase, now the president of the Romanian Tennis Federation. He's here watching proudly. That's off the mark.
30-15.
Spirlea hasn't won a championship this year, Mary, but she's made the finals at Indian Wells, quarters of the Australian Open, and the round of 16 at the French. This is her best effort in the Grand Slam so far.
Oh! 40-15.
It was well out, well wide of the mark, though some pro-Venus fans are still whistling over it.
Yeah, we used the Visine MacCam to show you that it was out, a special camera that can capture speeds of over 100 miles per hour or better. How about that? I'm not always sure that they're pro one person or the other. They're whistling fans.
They don't know the words.
An excuse to whistle.
No footwork at all is what caused that error from Spirlea. Didn't get it behind. She didn't get away from the ball here and get behind it, and tried to strike that one off of her hip.
This hit there wide from Williams.
You'll see a lot of shank shots from Venus Williams only because she's got elaborate backswings and tries to put so much work on the ball. She won't always find the middle of the racket.
Goes up 3-2 here in the first set.
Spirlea leads 3 games to 2.
Just a little thank you to everyone who recently voted us #1 in customer loyalty. Hopefully, we didn't forget anyone. Gateway computers feature Intel Pentium processors. To find out why our customers are so loyal, just give us a call at 1-800-GATEWAY.
This is actually a family car, but that could be your little secret. Ford Taurus.
Now get $1,500 cash back on Ford Taurus.
You are the architect of your financial future. Fidelity.com helps you make the plan. Together you narrow it down to a few ideas. Commit to those that meet your specs. Visit Fidelity.com. And start building the fund portfolio of your dreams.
Back at Arthur Ashe Stadium, we're in the first set of the second semifinal. On serve, Venus Williams at 2-3 against Irina Spirlea from Romania. Williams, born in Linwood, California, grew up in Compton, now lives in Palm Beach Gardens, Florida. Mom Oracene here, as she has been at every match through the tournament. That's wide.
15 all.
That's Mom on the left there of your, in the picture, the center of your picture, I should be more specific, and that's Sister Serena on the right. Outstanding young junior player in her own right. And the girls are doubles partners. Williams' family feels when Serena gets out here, she'll wind up being the toughest competition for Sister Venus. So we'll find out if that holds up. Wide from Venus on the volley. And 2 break points for Spirlea. Well, earlier it was Martina Hingis over Lindsay Davenport and moved to the final. And in men's doubles play, you see the champions there, and then Fernandez Vereva defeating Arendt and Bolgraf to advance to the final against Davenport and Novanta.
There is the break. Spirlea noses out in front at 4-2. A lot of people have heard of the legend of Venus Williams, but Irina Spirlea has a pretty good tale to tell as well. She grew up in Budapest, where visas were very difficult to come by under the Nicolae Ceausescu regime. When she was 15-year-old, she and her buddy, Ruxandra Dragomir, were going to go down and play in the Orange Bowl, a big national tournament in Florida. Just as they were ready to head on down, Romania's famous gymnast, Nadia Comnici,
replay the point, please,
escaped and was given refugee status.
Just had an overrule.
This ball is so far out.
Visine Maccam has the evidence there, and we get a point played over. Backhand up the line from Williams. Finish your point about Spirlea after this replay, Mary.
Well, this is nicely done from Williams. I love her backhand. I like it more than her forehand side. Spirlea is still ahead in winners. Bit of nerves there. A first double fall from Spirlea. Anyway, once Comnici jumped the wall, all visas were canceled for all the other athletes. And Spirlea really thought it was all over for her. Thought she'd have to quit tennis. That sails, and big chances for Venus to get this thing right back on serve. But Ceausescu was deposed and then executed, and Spirlea's world opened up for her.
Coverage of the U.S. Open continues after this message and a word from your local station.
Spirlea leads 4-3.
Whatever it takes.
A man confessed to the crime.
You're not a cop anymore. You're a U.S. attorney.
One man will stand up for justice.
You protect my family, you have my word. You make it as personal, Michael.
Even if it means standing alone.
There's no turning back.
Too late for that.
David Caruso is Michael Hayes. CBS Tuesday this fall.
The address is CBS. Welcome home.
People are winning.
I just won $25,000 playing 3BTV.
Every day.
I just won $10,000.
From coast to coast.
It's just a good, exciting game.
You could be winning right now. Call now to find out how you can play and win.
It pays to play. I love 3BTV. I wouldn't have it any other way. It is the best channel on TV. It pays to play. I've won about $14,000. If you keep on playing, you will win. We just won $10,000. You just won $10,000. $10,000. You can be next.
Will you be next? Hurry, call 3BTV right now, and you could be saying,
I just won $10,000. You could be next.
The top 5 reasons to play 3BTV. Over $175,000 in prizes every month. $6,000 in daily prizes. A $1,000 game every night. 3BTV trivia every evening. A jackpot game every month.
Only live radar. WRAL's Doppler 5000.
We are back at the Arthur Ashe Stadium court. Tim Ryan and Mary Carrillo, and ready now to watch Venus Williams, having broken right back against Spirlea, serving here at 3-4 in the first set.
Williams had a lot of help from Spirlea. A very gaggy game from Irina. After that one Williams winners, 3 straight errors
Big
from
serve.
Spirlea. 111, that's pretty good.
15 love.
A little enthusiasm from Mom on that serve. From Williams. Chopping the second one, making it impossible to retrieve.
I like the way Williams got down so low and then continued to come forward into the net.
Quickly to 40 love. Venus had to rebeat after the Test 2 match. She was hoping to make it through the tournament without losing any, but she got so excited at the end of the match, stripped a few off. And a fine return there from Spirlea. Make it 40-15. Fine return. Guiding that one down the line to make it 40-30.
Spirlea is still ahead on the winners. And you'll see a lot of them from that forehand side of hers. Lead evaporates. Keep in mind, neither one of these two has ever played on such a grand occasion in front of so many people. And I think that's showing from both of them in these moments of the match, that just wide. She really hacked up that one.
Yeah, she did. And she tried that a few times against Sellis, had some success, but had some failures like this, too.
Yeah, but her racket speed slowed down so much, Tim. And that's kind of a gaggy thing to do anyway, trying to just sort of end the point by squeezing it over the net.
long from Williams. Back to deuce.
Now, Williams is overhitting. Spirlea is underhitting.
Right.
Hopefully they'll both clean up their acts and the quality of tennis will go up again.
Drive down the line. Point from 4-all. Venus Williams. Williams, she smilingly put that away. 4-all. Well, Mondays this fall, tune in to CBS for an hilarious new series starring comedy legends Bob Newhart and Judd Hirsch. George and Leo coming to CBS this fall.
The music's kind of funny.
Yeah, the music's funny. We didn't hear from those guys, but we know they're funny people. Check them out.
Oracene Williams thinks it's funny. Williams had an open court and had Spirlea going the wrong way.
He might have hit an 8-ball, an out ball there.
15 love.
Here's a shot. This is what Williams was working towards. She drove it right into the middle of the net.
Good deep serve from Spirlea with some pace, 102 miles an hour.
Spirlea has patterned her game after Steffi Graf, and surely the big serve and the big forehand, the slice backhand are reminiscent of Graf. And over the last several years, she's dropped 20 pounds, so she's not quick like Graf, but getting there. That backhand sails on her.
Steffi Graf, her idol in tennis. And you sure can see some of the influences.
What Spirlea does, though, that Graf never did, is use that chip backhand to get into the net, which I really like. That serve was actually so slow, 66 miles an hour, that Williams missed just by trying to create so much pace. So her errors continue to creep up.
Jammed her there. 5-4. Spirlea first set.
Got yourself a sport, you huh? Yes, sirree. Very nice. I see you got all your finer amenities. Leather trim seats, compact disc unit, power windows. Power everything. You're lucky. Not everyone can afford the Lobster. Must have set you back a bit. Am I right? Huh?
Actually, right now, you can get a great lease on a well-equipped Bravada, just $359 a month. Or if you prefer to buy, you'll get $2,000 cash back.
And again, I suppose you could lease one.
Well, I was in the neighborhood first, and Dave came up to see how I did get such a good lawn. I went over and I peeked into his tool shed, and he was using turf builder. Dave's secret is to follow whatever I do. Any spot you look is nice and green and thick.
With last year's drought, our lawn still came right back because we had good root structure.
I would never consider using anything other than Scott's. I have the best lawn in the neighborhood. I think Brad has some nice spots on his lawn, but I think overall I have a better lawn.
Promise is a funny thing. It's a test, really. You pass when you keep one, you fail when you break one. I think this is the way you're graded in life. Everybody wants good marks. Just do the best you can and hope they're grading on a curve.
For more than 145 years, people across America have relied on Mass Mutual for life insurance and financial security. Mass Mutual, the blue chip company. We help you keep your promises.
Tim Ryan and Mary Carrillo at Arthur Ashe Stadium at the USTA National Tennis Center. Second women's semifinal. Martina Hingis advanced. Straight sets against Lindsay Davenport earlier, and now Venus Williams serving at 4-5. They're on serve. Each has had a break here in the first set.
Love 15.
Spirlea.
It's going to be difficult for Venus Williams to hit Irina Spirlea off the court as she has with her other opponents. Spirlea is very powerful and tall herself. Although that 113-mile-an-hour serve was a little too big even for Spirlea.
15-30.
Williams with wins over Maioli and Capriati and Rubin. There's Ilie Nastase, now the president of the Romanian Tennis Federation. Ran unsuccessfully for mayor of Bucharest.
Spirlea is very glad that it's Nasi who's in charge of the Romanian Tennis Federation. She was always fighting with the former head of it. In fact, he kept her from playing in the Olympics last year. And in fact threatened a lifetime ban from FedCup for Spirlea. Spirlea will speak her mind. In fact, Spirlea owns the record for the biggest fine ever given to a woman tennis player. 20 grand for cursing out an umpire in Palermo, Italy, a couple of years back.
First set.
And by the way, Spirlea said it was worth it. So no wonder Nastase loves her.
Well, she's fluent in Italian. Probably used that language. There's a beautiful view from the Fujifilm blimp, serving up some fantastic aerial views throughout this tournament. Great look at the brand new, beautiful Arthur Ashe Stadium. And there's a look at that beautiful blimp.
Spirlea played a much cleaner match against Monica Seles in the last round. I think the tightness she must be feeling in this women's semifinal is causing more errors from her than we've seen.
15-all.
Mentioned some of the wins that Venus Williams has had in her short professional career. She's also lost to Davenport. Hingis twice, has yet to beat Martina. Tozia, Huber, which she avenged during the tournament here, of course, knocking out the 8th seed. This is easily her best Grand Slam performance. Lost second round at the French and first round at Wimbledon. Oh, Spirlea blows a little drop there. She had the open court.
Well, Tim, we watched Martina Hingis do this so beautifully and so often against Davenport, but Hingis is much looser in doing this than Spirlea. Again, if you're at all tight, you really shouldn't go for that shot because it'll either float on you or find the net. Oh, we've seen some terrific forehands and serves already from Spirlea, and again, that knifing sliced backhand. Again, this is the first time she's ever been this deep into a major. Her first Grand Slam semifinal. Williams is too. And I think that's why her game isn't where she'd like it to be right now. A football just called. She must have chased after a drifting toss. She normally doesn't get nailed for that.
Stepped into that forehand. Williams' return was wide. 40-30, point from 6-5 for Irina Spirlea. So Spirlea takes a 6-5 lead here in the first set.
I need a new source for traditional French porcelain. We could ship these tomorrow.
Relax. Take your shoes off.
I'm more comfortable like this.
Really?
Well,
Millions of people have toenail fungus, thick, brittle, yellow nails.
Oh, I've been in your shoes. You can do something. Call your doctor or Janssen Pharmaceutica at 1-800-NAILS-90.
who's Jansen?
Your doctor knows Janssen. Call 1-800-NAILS-90 for more information on nail fungus and how to treat it.
Right, I'll call 1-800-NAILS-90.
Oh, you catch on quick.
Well,
Brought to you by Janssen Pharmaceutica, world leader in antifungal research.
What? Dissolution of marriage? She gets half? I'll give her half. Maybe we can work this out.
There's a new leader in property casualty with a new charge to give businesses new standards of safety, security, and service. Travelers Property Casualty. We give you something to hold on to and something to look forward to.
17-year-old Venus Williams serving here at 5-6 first set.
The fabulous slice backhand off Spirlea's off that side, but when she's getting attacked, just like Groff and just like Ivan Lendl, more to the point, that's when she'll roll her backhand, and that big Towson backhand caused the error from Williams.
Nice angle from Williams.
This is what Williams can do that so few women can do. She should be in a defensive stance here. But instead, she's able to use her great athletic ability and just terrific strength to turn a defensive position into an offensive winner. And there's some more. Big ball, 111 miles an hour, her second ace of the day. They're both fine athletes. They can both jock back the ball better than a lot of other women.
Well, too good that time with the drop shot.
It's interesting that Spirlea continues to go for that shot. That time it worked for her. She took it cross court. Spirlea's father, Dimitru, was once one of the top modern pentathletes, competed in the '80 Olympics and now is a national coach in Romania. And she's got a 17-year-old brother who's a goalkeeper on a junior soccer team in Milan, AC Milan.
Venus Williams now, just a point from going into a tiebreak here in the first set.
Both these two complicated this point for themselves by not being able to get the ball far enough away from the other. Finally, Spirlea, with a knifing volley, has the last word. What a drive. Boy, does that look like Steffi Graf or what?
That one really did.
Graf won this event last year, playing that kind of ball. And it sounds, Tim, like the news is good that Steffi Graf is recovering from her knee surgery and will, in fact, come back beginning of next year. That's the latest I heard.
Well, that's great news. Sure miss her presence at a big event, especially this one. Williams responds to get the deuce, saving off the set point.
Venus Williams doing a good job of taking out after that short ball. No nerves there against a set point. Absolutely tremendous effort from Venus Williams. Again, she should be on the defense here. Defense. A terrific effort to get there. A full-blooded swing for the desperation winner that goes in.
Oracene Mama loves it. And that one too good. See, most players use a lot of short steps to get to the ball, but of course with Venus's height and long legs, she gets there in a couple of strides and stretches out and hits with power. Point from the tie break again. Gutsy holding effort by Venus Williams against some good pressure from the 11th seed, Spirlea. 12-point tiebreak. First player to reach 7 points wins it. Must win by 2 points. First serve comes to Spirlea, the next 2 to Williams, and then 2 each after that till conclusion. And this year, Williams is 2 and 3 in tiebreaks.
Yeah. Cursing herself in Romanian.
We assume. How's your Romanian?
I don't think they were terms of endearment she just used on herself.
2-0 Williams.
2-0 Williams.
Oh, that one got away from her. Took a swing at it, though, 108 miles an hour. And more Williams power drawing the error from Spirlea.
3-0 Williams.
She's going to have to start leaning forward on these shots, Irina. You can't handle all that heat if you're backing off, falling backwards. She's going to have to get her body leaning back into the court.
Williams got there. Spirlea still had open court. I think was surprised to see Williams arrive.
I also think she questions Spirlea whether to play this or not. That's why she was so late in taking that volley, and that's why it popped so far out. A lot of indecision from Spirlea.
0-4.
And just 5 minutes ago, she had herself a set point.
Second serve.
Clean winner there. Get on the board in the tie break.
4-1 Williams.
Serve comes to Williams. 4-1.
Spirlea, again, given something loose to work with, and she did a nice job of stepping in, but that hasn't happened often enough for her yet in this tiebreak. Williams really wanted to give this one a ride. Just pulled on it too much. As the players change ends.
One more serve coming to Williams from the other end now before it returns to Spirlea. 4 points to 2 for the 17-year-old ingenue. Venus Williams. Second double fault. Brings it to 4-3, and the serve comes to Spirlea. Williams pulling her wide. Spirlea with the error.
5-3 Williams.
Irina Spirlea, I mean, they're both showing nerves. But Spirlea, I think, is just tight enough that she's not moving quickly enough to these balls. That's
got
ace,
the paint.
Ace number 2.
Williams now serving. Can win the set on her racket the next two serves. She's up 5-4. from Spirlea. And it barely made it over. And again, Williams able to get there, just couldn't make the play. Tied at 5. Big serve set that up.
It can't be easy to try to strike a ball 110 miles an hour at this stage of the match. But that's exactly what Williams was able to come up with. Now she's got herself a set point.
Play at 5-6. Spirlea missed the open court, and the young American is up by a set here in the semifinal. We'll be right back.
For the gold, the new Rebel G. Get the ultimate rush.
Cruise ship. I slipped on right overboard. Hi, boy.
Ocean view. I don't think so.
I'm in a bit of a hurry. That is so true. So, where was I? You can do more with the American Express card.
Here's a fabulous save from Williams that kept her alive in this first set. And this is the fourth unforced error to decide the tiebreak. So a lot of help from Spirlea in that one. And a good effort from Venus Williams.
Spirlea lost a tiebreak to Sellis in the first set, came back to beat the number 2 seed, Monica Sellis, 7-6 and 6-3. Part of the reason for the victory was that Sellis ran out of gas in the third set. That's unlikely to happen against Venus Williams, the strong 17-year-old who has shown good stamina throughout the tournament. 15 love, opening point, second set, Venus Williams.
30 love.
It is still windy and gusty down there. Williams serving at 64%, Spirlea at 63.
Yeah, their serving profile is pretty even, but... Unforced errors from Spirlea hurt her surely. And again, she just got... The problem with Spirlea is that her errors came at big, big moments in that first set. Four alone in that first set tiebreak. for a while. Williams is doing a good job of seeing it coming and reacting to it. Sometimes you just get into it, you know, you get into a fix. You just keep going for that shot. No, but she's got to stop driving through that same old mud puddle. Start hitting through the ball a little more.
Good serve from Williams. And a 1-love lead here in the second. She's up a set.
You ride into town. Fidelity.com is your sidekick. Together, you rustle up independent research. Trade stocks and options. Get your hands on IPOs. It's just $28.95 a trade. Hit Fidelity.com and start clicking at anything that moves.
It's being amazed at just how well the game can be played when in the hands of world-class athletes. It's the possibility that maybe, just maybe, a spark of that perfection could find its way to your racket. It's chasing down that one ball the other guy never thought you'd get. It's the joy on a child's face when she sends one over the net. It's knowing it's something you can enjoy for a long, long time. It's being able to spend an hour with a total stranger and knowing you'll meet again. It's watching raw potential take shape. It's the chance to root for the home team. Whatever it is you love most about the great game of tennis, the United States Tennis Association is here to make it even better. The USTA, a volunteer-based, not-for-profit organization with a mission. The USTA, get in the game.
Tim Ryan and Mary Carrillo here on the Arthur Ashe Stadium court. Irina Spirlea will be serving at love 1. She's down a set. Venus Williams, 17-year-old from Palm Beach Gardens, Florida now, where they live. Entire family. Just long.
On the last changeover, Venus Williams had a notepad with her, and she was reading notes to herself. I've seen a lot of players do that. They just a couple of key things for them to think about during the changeover. Michael Chang, I don't know if he still does that. He used to do that kind of thing. In the end, you have to get back to basics. I mean, these matches hang on very, very simple storylines for the most part. Right now, Venus is handling it better. It'll be interesting to see if Spirlea's anger over losing that first set will work for her or against her now.
Free swing on that backhand down the line. Well, as we pointed out, she did come back against the number 2 seed after losing a tiebreak in the first set.
Yeah, but she didn't have the pressure on her in that one, Tim.
That's true.
That's a big difference. The dynamics. Yeah, the dynamics of this match are very different.
Completely reversed. Right, you are. 30 love. Spirlea, the 11th seed. Williams unseeded, 17 years of age. First woman to reach the U.S. Open semifinal in her debut since Pam Shriver when she was 16 back in 1978. Got the line. 40 love.
40 love.
Shriver, you may recall, was the 16th seed that year. She went to the final, loss to the second seeded Chris Evert in straight sets. Quick game for Spirlea. Tie it at 1-all. Let's go to Andrea Joyce.
All right, we're with Oracene Williams, Venus's mother and coach. It looked like Venus was reading something on the changeovers. We were kind of curious if you could fill us in on that. Is that a note about what to do in the match or a prayer maybe?
No, it's not a prayer. It's something that she take out on the court with her to make sure she's doing what she should be doing on the court.
She had seemed at times in the first set that she might be a little bit nervous, and we hadn't seen that yet from her. What did you say to her to help keep her calm and to get her ready for this big match?
I just told her to remember her other matches and just play them like she did.
If she makes it to the finals, do you think your husband will come?
I don't think so. I don't think he's going to come at this point at all, no.
Okay, we'll let you get back to the match. Thanks. Back to you guys.
Thanks, Andrea. Love 15. Venus serving. Third double fault for Venus Williams. Little opening for Spirlea early here in the second. That drop shot on the return of serve.
That's just muddled thinking from Irina Spirlea. I mean, this is really overwhelming her. The match, her opponent, Chris Evert, was the last American-born woman to get to the finals of the U.S. Open. Monica Seles, of course, won it a couple of times. But it's the receiver who took her out of the mix this year, last round. Martina Navratilova, an American, though she wasn't born here either.
2 break points for Spirlea.
Net first serve.
That'll be wide. Venus got a little extra on that last one. Saving 1 break point.
Requires timing to take the ball out of the air like that and try to hit it so violently. Spirlea has a big chance here. A second serve on a break point. She's got to get back her aggression to get back in this match.
Shot making there by both players. Spirlea prevails and has a break for 2-1 here in the second.
And now this tournament summary, sponsored by BMW, the ultimate driving machine.
Now let's take a look at some of the things that have gone on here. Martina Hingis advancing earlier today to her first career U.S. Open final. Greg Rusedski, the Canadian, now a Brit, has not lost a set, entering the men's semifinal against Jonas Bjorkman, and the first time since '86 that neither Sellis nor Graf in the final.
I'm in publishing.
We sell drums, fresh flowers,
Vintage cars.
We make ceramics.
We make the part that goes in here.
Fish sticks. We have computers.
I know a lot about computers.
No, you don't.
We use computers. I just don't know much about them. Jack squat.
We need somebody that knows manufacturing,
Ceramic.
Flour, wholesaling.
the publishing business, and computers.
Any ideas?
Spirlea is up 2-1 with a break here in the second set, serving here now to Venus Williams. Williams won the first in the tie break. 7 points to 5 in the tie break itself for a 7-6 win in the set. Good return. We talked about Pam Shriver. She was the first woman to reach the U.S. Open semifinal playing in her first Open. That was back in 1978 when she was 16, and New York Times reporter spoke with her today and asked her impressions of Venus. She said, I think she needs to raise her level a little bit in order to make it to the final, as I did back in 78. I think more interestingly, she said also, I'm quoting now, I just think there's been a little too much criticism, particularly about the fact she hasn't played enough. Fancy that. Finally, someone criticizes a teenager for underplaying. We should celebrate that. 15 all. What are your thoughts on Pam's thoughts, Mary?
My thoughts on Pammy's thoughts? Yeah, I mean, listen, there's been so much divisiveness about Venus Williams on and off the court, questioning how she was raised, how she was groomed to become a tennis professional, the fact that she bagged all the junior events, the fact that she and her mom and sister stay in such a tight little knot away from the rest of the players in the locker room. There's an awful lot of what I think is unnecessary tension. And I just wish the late, great Arthur Ashe were still around, because Ashe would be able to speak to Venus and her family and speak to the other players in the locker room. And but I miss it. Because this should be better than it is right now.
Just wide from Venus. 30-15.
I think what rankles a lot of players is that, you know, Venus Williams, like Andre Agassi, like Greg Norman, I mean, her accomplishments going into this event didn't really match the wealth or the fame that she'd earned. And so, I mean, a lot of people are going to get bugged by that. Spirlea was bugged trying to beat Kornikova the other night.
An ace from Spirlea.
Spirlea leads 3 games to 1.
And a 3-1 lead.
That is Max Pace of Italy, who is Irina Spirlea's coach. And he's done some fine things with her game. He's especially gotten her into good shape and told her how to compete better, not get so down on herself.
He looks pretty relaxed.
He does, doesn't he?
Probably trying to translate that out on the court to Irina. Venus Williams at 1-3. She has a set in hand. Net court drops for Spirlea. Big serve from Williams. Well, on your screen, a great shot of the Fujifilm Blimp's view as it slowly circles Corona Park here in Flushing Meadows, New York. Such a perfect day to get these pictures from that beautiful airship. Miscue there over over hit from Spirlea. 40-30 Williams. Get to 3-2.
You're in real trouble if you're playing Venus Williams and you allow her to get set, rear back, and lean in.
Now she's at 40-30. Allow me to correct the score. Just long from Spirlea. So it is 3-2. Spirlea off a break.
Spirlea leads 3-2.
Reaching your financial goals can be a complex balancing act. At the Principal Financial Group, you will find the strength of our investment performance is your 401k retirement advantage. You will find our flexibility will meet your insurance needs. And you will find the balance of choice and quality you need in health coverage. For over 100 years, the Principal has made the complex simple. That's how we give you an edge. The Principal.
Look at Arthur Ashe Stadium as we have a good, tough match going here. The 17-year-old Venus Williams won the first set in a tie-break. She's down a break here. Irina Spirlea of Romania serving at 3-2.
Ah! 15 love.
Knocked wide by Williams, 15 love.
First U.S. Open champion back in 1968. Virginia Wade watching on.
Pride of Britain, our Ginny, collar over there. $30 love for Spirlea. Maybe has picked up a little bit of confidence here. Maybe that anger that you sensed at the end of the first set, working for her so far here in the second. Did come back against Monica Seles, having lost the first set in the tie-break. Biggest win of her career. Oh, what a return from Venus Williams.
30-15.
Sharply angled backhand blast. Williams stepped inside the baseline for that second serve. She's had some success on Spirlea's second serves. And that one into the net. Late night. Just long. 40-30. fault. Her second puts Williams back into the picture here at deuce in this game. Brings a little bounce to the legs of Williams. And she'll see a second serve. And that was long. Great point for Venus Williams. No question about it, as the Visine Mac Cam shows you. And Williams has broken back. We're even at 3 in the second set. Venus Williams won the first.
3-game call. 4 straight unforced errors there from Irina Spirlea. And you can see her trying to hit through her nerves, Tim, but right now she still just can't get that done. Plenty of errors from both sides, but they're adding up a lot more in Spirlea's column.
23-year-old Irina Spirlea from Romania, number 11 seed, first ever U.S. Open semifinal, first Grand Slam semifinal. Of course, Venus Williams making the semis in her first try at a U.S. Open championship, enjoying the support of the largely American audience here at Arthur Ashe Stadium.
That's just unprecedented. I mean, no kid has ever come into a major for the first time and gotten to the semis.
She was 16.
Well, she was seated. I mean, she was a known...
known quantity. Yeah.
Absolutely.
As opposed to Venus, ranked number 66, and with very little professional experience, just 19 pro tournaments. She's down above 30. Another error from Spirlea. Look at this, unseeded women's semifinalists in the past here. Rare. Last one in 1976. Nima Jasovic from Yugoslavia.
No one's ever won it in the open era like that, but of course Chris Evert at 16 got to the semis before losing to Billie Jean, and that was the start of a tremendous 18-year career for her. This is getting really ugly on Spirlea's side. Spirlea. She's just not moving well enough, Irina. She's not thinking clearly. She's going for really goofy shots from bad positions. Look at her. I mean, I'm not sure she'll be able to snap herself back.
The break seemed to give her a little life at 2-1, and then since then she's just, as our good friend Fred Stolle would say, has gone off the boil. Continues to dazzle. Point from 4-3 in the second. She has a set in hand. Spirlea got that one in the middle of the racket.
Irina Spirlea just thudding the racket on the ground, knowing that this is just bad. It's a bad idea for her to continue to try to do things. You know, she should just go back to basics, get her swing back. But it seems gone.
Somewhat discouraged now. CBS Sports coverage of the U.S. Open continues after this message and a word from your local station.
The address is CBS. Welcome home.
Hi, I'm Bob Vila with the Craftsman Auto Lock, the latest breakthrough from Sears Craftsman Tools. How's it going under there, Stan?
Well, Bob, I've been doing a lot better. I don't have to waste so much time adjusting these locking pliers.
Use these Craftsman Auto Lock locking pliers. They size themselves and lock tight with just one squeeze. Set the top jaw in place, squeeze the handles, and Auto Lock locks tight automatically. There's no screw adjustment for sizing, no on-again, off-again refitting. It's all done automatically. Hey, it looks like the whole family's discovered Auto Lock.
Yeah, it locks onto these rusted nuts and loosens them with one twist.
And remember, when you buy from Sears, your satisfaction is guaranteed or your money back. So don't wait. Call now to order your Craftsman Auto Lock pliers.
Have your Sears card or other credit card ready and call 1-800-203-8855. That's 1-800-203-8855. Or send check or money order to the address on your screen. Call right now.
Martha Stewart, weekdays on WRAL TV5. CBS Sports coverage of the U.S. Open, a USTA event, is sponsored by the Principal Financial Group, BMW, Texaco, and by Canon.
As we were going to commercial at the end of the last game, watch this. As they reach the chair area, watch Spirlea kind of whistling along there, and it looks as though she deliberately collided with her opponent, Venus Williams, stepping out of her stride to get her leg, her knee, it appeared, into the leg of Venus Williams.
Isn't this beautiful? Isn't this all women's tennis needs? Oh, man.
We're back live in play here with Williams up 4-3 in the second set. Now we're going back here. You see Spirlea looking up toward a box, presumably where her coach and friends are, and with a smile. And Venus is all business here. She's getting ready for the next game.
Yeah, she just handled that whole stupid incident a lot better.
Spirlea, you had alluded to earlier, and griped about the attention Kornikova got in the match in which Spirlea ousted Kornikova from the tournament. Of course, Kornikova, the attractive and glamorous young Russian player who's been getting a lot of media attention. And
I think you can call it a young Russian millionaire.
Right.
That's the part that galls a lot of players.
I guess so, yeah. Kornikova afterwards said she thought it was unfair to be singled out in that way. She's just out there trying to play the game and do well just like the other players. 30-15.
Now the spirit that we saw Hingis and Davenport playing is totally evaporated from Ash Stadium now. Spirlea and Williams clearly are not going to have a cup of coffee after this match.
Big play from Spirlea to get the 40-15. Solid volley for the winner. See whether she pumped herself up at all as a result of that little incident. She certainly looked like she was pretty discouraged when she finished the losing game. Had no chance at it. Let's go back one more time here, and you can see they appear to be harmlessly walking off the court, but they arrived almost simultaneously, and it appears to us, at least to me, that there was a bit of an attempt there by, well, a collision, obviously, but a bit of an attempt by Spirlea to have the collision.
I don't know.
My interpretation,
Yeah?
and that's all it is. But let's look at it from this angle here. So she was slightly off stride. Nonetheless, she smiled. Venus went about her business. Love Williams. Mary, when there is a little tension in a match, there's a certain kind of a territorial thing that goes around by the chairs there, and you'll often see players hesitating to see who should wait for the other to get to their chair first. That's not so uncommon, but you don't too often see them actually make contact. That's long.
15-30.
This has been building for months, really. The animosity felt between the other players and Venus Williams, and some of it is all the hype, the legend, the publicity that Williams has enjoyed. But also, let's face it, it's a whole new thing. This young black woman, this race issue is the elephant in the room.
Spirlea knocks out that volley.
15-40.
A nice angle there drags Williams so far off the court that she couldn't get it past Spirlea's good reach.
Two break point opportunities here. Spirlea 2 of 4 in this category in the match so far. Got herself back in it here, a break, and 5-4 in the second set.
Spirlea leads 5-4.
The pass changeover, we mentioned a few games ago that Venus was checking some notes she brought out there with her, and we learned from her mother they were reminders for her as certain things she wants to do in the match. And she was checking them again on the last changeover. Irina Spirlea serving for the second set at 5-4, and she's up 15-love. Williams won the first in the tiebreak. Too good an angle from Williams.
Since the changeover collision, as you can see, it seems as though Venus Williams has been knocked out of orbit a bit.
No, I think Spirlea also raised her game.
You didn't get that whole orbit thing, the Venus orbit? That didn't work?
Oh, well, I'm sorry. You're right.
Okay.
I should have, Mary. That it was a planetary thing I neglected to pick up on. 15-30.
Well, my humor is so subtle.
I was still absorbing tennis as a contact sport, that's all. Good pace on that drive. Williams reached back to it.
A fine driving forehand from Spirlea. Was able to get it behind Venus Williams. You have to smack a ball pretty well to get it behind Williams.
30 all. 2 points, evening things. And Ron put it there again. And 1 point from the second set is Irina Spirlea.
40-30.
Came back against Sellas. She's trying to get herself the opportunity here against Williams. That was long. Now the crowd getting into it, and Spirlea waiting for things to calm down. Spirlea looking at the chair on that call down the center line. Joan Hornbaum, the cheer umpire, gives her no relief. She made use of this wide real estate here outside the lines, the new Arthur Ashe Stadium, to chase down that sharp angle from Williams. Once again, a point for the set. Too good from Williams.
Spirlea had a set point in the first set and couldn't make it work for her. Now she's had 2 set points in the second, and Venus continues to deny her.
Another set point, her third. Williams has had 1 break point in this game. Second set, we're into a third. The drama builds here at Arthur Ashe Stadium as the shadows creep across the court now. It is almost completely in shadow. A few sunspots remain. As we head into the third and deciding set to see who advances to meet Martina Hingis, the 17-year-old American Venus Williams from Palm Beach Gardens, Florida, has a 3-set record for her young career at 10-8. Spirlea 51-37. And she accomplished it in her last match against the number 2 seed, Monica Seles. And the drop shot from Williams. We haven't seen that from the baseline, so a little in your face there from Venus, something that Spirlea has tried successfully and unsuccessfully in the first 2 sets.
30 love.
Talk so much about the poise of Martina Hingis, who will be 17 at the end of the month. We've seen great poise demonstrated by Venus Williams, who's had far less experience, both as a junior and as a professional, than the younger Hingis.
Yeah, Williams is doing a fine job of that, Tim. That was a very close shot.
Right on the corner of the line, it would appear.
You know, Williams, this isn't a dream come true for Venus Williams, Tim. I think she has always fully expected this to be happening to her at this stage of her life. I think that's why she's not running low on poise.
15, Visine Mac Cam, position along both the baselines and also along the left sideline, giving you those close-up looks in very slow motion. Well, that one called long, and Spirlea thought she had it. So it's 1-love Williams in the third, set apiece.
If you let me play.
You let me play sports.
I will like myself more. I'll have more self-confidence.
If you let me play sports.
If you let me play.
If you let me play. I'll be 60% less likely to get breast cancer.
I will suffer less depression.
If you let me play sports.
I will be more likely to leave a man with beef.
If you let me play.
I'll be less likely to get pregnant before I want to.
I will learn.
I will learn what it means to be strong.
To be strong.
If you let me play.
Play sports.
If you let me play sports.
A dirty job. I said move. But somebody's got to do it.
Della Ventura, premiering CBS Tuesday, September 23rd.
We're back at Arthur Ashe Stadium, and there's a look at that last point, and appeared to be right on the edge of the line, but again, one of those so close to call. The human eye doesn't have the advantage of the Visine Mac Cam, of course, but it did appear to be good. It's called out.
The human eye doesn't have a sponsor.
Quite right. Spirlea 15-love, game 2, final set.
First serve.
Top seed, Martina Hingis defeated the number 6 seed, Lindsay Davenport of the U.S., 6-2 and 6-4 earlier. It was, by comparison, a stroll in the park for Hingis. This one is tooth and nail and knee. Venus Williams winning first set in the tie break. Spirlea coming back, 6-4. Third double fault by Spirlea, 30-15. Gives you an idea of how hard she's trying to hit the ball. A miss hit off the frame went up about 200 feet.
Thank you very much. Again, it's the big old swing that Williams takes. If you catch that ball slightly wrong, it'll do that on you. Bjorn Borg used to be a pretty good shanker too, with his big swings and extreme western grips. Again, we talked so much, Tim, about how serving was going to be the key in this match for both players. And Spirlea's serve has really been letting her down. That's her fourth double fault and the second of this game.
Deuce. She was in command of the game, and it's on to Deuce.
Advantage Spirlea.
Spirlea wins the long rally, and we're all even at a game apiece here in the third and final set. Well, why don't you click on CBS Sportsline and see what's happening at the Open all day long. The desktop scoreboard lets you track matches in progress. Our on-site reporter has breaking stories, features, and analysis. All at our cyberspace address, cbs.sportsline.com.
Here we go, man. Here we go.
Williams to serve at 1-all. Bits and pieces of gamesmanship throughout this match. You pointed out during the warm-ups, Venus Williams stepping over to return some of the practice serves of Spirlea, something Mary described as a rare occurrence. We had the collision at the changeover with Spirlea not too intent on avoiding it, and we just had Venus Williams not hold up the ball for new balls, the usual indication.
Love 30.
Love 30.
Double fault number 4 for Williams. And there have been parts of this match have really been ugly. I mean, just both players having a hard time rising to this grand occasion. Look at that.
15.
Spirlea just looked over at her box and smiled after that one, and 15-30. Kind of goofy goings on out here.
That's number 5.
Venus short on that one. Second service. 2 break points for Spirlea early in the final set. Oh, my. Second serve, and she tries the drop shot return again. A half-hearted chip. Still with a break point. Venus Williams, great touch there.
That is excellent.
Gets her back to deuce.
The secret is that Williams continued to close in as tight as possible. She didn't just wait and do a split set there. Snuck in right under that shot.
Whoa. 1-all all in the third set. Williams won the first in the tiebreak.
Oh, boy. Another double fault. Her 6th and 3rd of this game, and on the current form, look at Spirlea's coach, Max Pache. He can't, I mean, Hingis has got to be eating a bag of Cheetos and thinking, boy, I'm going to beat whoever wins this thing.
Martina Hingis awaits the winner in the championship match.
Kind of airtime that Pete Sampras shows off with sometimes. Very tight to the net, and yet the lob could not get past Venus.
Now Williams made a great scoop, but Spirlea jumped all over it.
This is a good hustle here from Irina Spirlea. And she didn't overplay it this time. All she had to do is get it behind Venus, so she didn't work too hard on hitting it hard.
And the reply from Williams. Back at the Arthur Ashe Stadium here, and this incident occurred back in the second set. Irina Spirlea and Venus Williams colliding, and apparently the intention of Spirlea, in our view, my view, to cause the collision.
Not exactly an ennobling day for the human spirit. Watching something like that. Watching that last game was pretty nasty, too. Spirlea had 4 breakpoint chances against Venus. Venus hit 3 double faults, and Spirlea still gummed it up and lost it.
Too well disguised, and Williams ready for it.
It's a bad idea, and it's badly played. Other than that, it was great.
15 all. We're on serve in the final set. This is a free spirit, this young woman, to say the least. A little Ilya Nastasi's Romanian tennis heritage in her, I think, there. Nailed that about 5 feet long. 15-30. She did show her competitive zeal against Celis, winning in 3. And here she is in the third, having dropped the first set here. Big shot from Spirlea.
30 all.
Every now and then, Spirlea comes up with the goods, shows the kind of form that got her to this semifinal round match. But Williams has done a much better job so far of playing badly and then shaking it off, shaking off the effects of poor form and getting on with things.
Spirlea trying to even a 2-all on serve here in the final set. And Spirlea holds. And they're 2-all. Third ace for her. Tonight on CBS, don't miss Jag and Nash Bridges, preceded by Ordinary Extraordinary. It all starts at 8 Eastern here on CBS. Two hours into this one, here in the third set. Had the line. Spirlea didn't like the call.
Right on the line. That was a terrific shot.
Visine Maccam all over that one as usual. Good reaction by Williams. 30 love.
30 love. New faces in the semifinals of the Grand Slams this year. There have been 12 different women in the major semis this year. That's the most since there were 12 in 1979. Venus Williams saw a little bit of a limp. In fact, she stretched a little bit after that, pulled up a little bit short, walking over on that last changeover.
Spirlea at 2-3 here in the third set. Tim Ryan and Mary Carrillo watching the second of two women's semifinals today. Martina Hingis, an earlier winner over Lindsay Davenport, awaits the winner here for the championship. 2 o'clock Sunday here on CBS. Spirlea at 15 love. By both players.
30 love. On the changeover, again, that last changeover trying to stretch out just a little bit. You were talking about the long strides Williams takes, Tim. Sometimes if you commit yourself by taking such long strides, when you try to turn around, you know, and change directions, you can hurt yourself.
Long for 30-15.
And Williams continues to stretch out her, what seems to be her lower back. You watch Martina Hingis or Michael Chang, they take the corner so well because their steps are so tight and small. That's not how Venus Williams moves. And because she hasn't a lot of match experience, a lot of times she has to correct herself and make adjustments, which she's able to do. But, you know, you can get in a lot of injuries that way. The players that last the longest are the ones with the smoothest games. Connors and Everett.
Connected that time. I tell you, she'll go back to the well no matter how badly she hits a shot or even on big points. She'll just come back and try it again.
She's got terrific hands. I mean, that's very Nastasiesque right there. A real Romanian way to end a point. But sometimes I feel like she's going to that shot because she just wants the point to end. She's a little nervous. She just wants to finish it. You know, no matter how goofy, you know, the occasion might be to try for something like that.
Well, she holds here with 3-all. We mentioned the women's championship match Sunday at 2 here on CBS. We want to remind you our full live coverage of championship weekend continues tomorrow at 11 Eastern with the women's doubles championship and the men's semifinals. And then Championship Sunday, the women at 2, followed by the men's, all exclusively on CBS this weekend. Just wide from Williams.
And if Spirlea really feels like winning this match, she should direct more of her shots to the Williams forehand side. And she's only made 7 errors on her backhand side, and that was the 16th on her forehand side. Venus Williams' backhand, I like the way she produces it a lot more, and she's one of the few players who will run around her forehand on mid-court balls to strike backhands.
Love 30. Williams draws even at 30-all.
30-all. This is another example of how Venus Williams is able to stretch out, use that tremendous wingspan of hers, and take what should be a defensive mode, instead make it totally offensive.
Jams Spirlea with a 102-mile-an-hour serve at her body. 40-30 from love 30 down. We'll be back with more from the Open in a moment. First, Pat O'Brien introduces us to one of the new faces.
4 games to 3.
American Rudy Raquet, who was born in Lima, Peru, made his mark winning the USTA National Boys 18s this year. Even though he lost in the first round of this year's U.S. Open, he was impressed with his first taste of big-time tennis.
You get cars, transportation, I mean, you get free massage, haircuts, everything you need. So, I mean, they treat you like a king here.
Yeah. New Faces, sponsored by Mass Mutual, the blue chip company.
For Schwab and get your copy free.
So it's Monday morning, and I decide to move money from one fund to another. I gotta call up one fund, wait for a check, mail the check, wait for it to clear. Now it's next Monday.
With Mutual Fund One Source, choose from hundreds of no-load funds and get one statement. Which to choose? Call Schwab for our select list free. They recommend this, then that. Then they recommend I sell the first thing they recommended.
This was supposed to be easy.
Now what do I do? Then I get my statement. Ouch. Get someone on your side. Get the investment firm where no one is on commission. Maybe that's why over 50,000 people choose Schwab every month. Call now and get our Mutual Fund Select List free.
Welcome home. Tim Ryan and Mary Carrillo here in the third set. Things have cooled down temperature-wise, but have heated up on the court. 4-3, Venus Williams leading Spirlea. Spirlea 3-4 on serve here in the final set. Well, Mary Carrillo, it's your job to explain play here. Can you explain that one for me?
Again, it's just such bad judgment, Tim. I mean, we've seen this over and over again.
In other words, you have no explanation. Block from Williams on the return.
Love 30.
Good serve wide from Spirlea. Returns from Williams. Spirlea stretched to try and keep it in court, failed. And 2 break points. By Spirlea, saving 1 break point.
30-40. Third break point. Seventeen-year-old American Venus Williams will serve for the match.
How much this feel? Her mom and sister?
That was a long-distance high five, I think, from Venus.
I think that's what that was. Venus's father, the guy who cooked up this whole idea from the time she was 4 years old, is not here. Both players stepping out of the batter's box until the applause ends. Richard Williams said he doesn't want to come here, and he said sit there like a trained seal, watch the ball go back and forth. Not too much of that, he says. An interesting man. I mean, this is a sport and services and respect. I mean, this was the whole idea, is to get this kid here.
And she's here.
And she sure is here. And she's only a few points away from being there on Sunday.
In the final. Sunday, Martina Hingis awaits. But Spirlea got the first point of this game. And the second.
Love 30. Directional ball was good.
And an overrule by the chair umpire, Joan Bornbaum.
Good correction from Joan Bornbaum.
Visine Mactam shows a sharp-eyed chair umpire on that one. Just wide. 15-30.
15-30. Spirlea did a pretty good job of getting behind that ball to go for a big inside-out forehand. But it was quite a bit wide.
Spirlea.
15-40. A lot more aggressive is Irina Spirlea when she's behind. That was very nicely played.
Like those old silent movie reels of The Perils of Pauline, Spirlea trying to do it again.
Sports coverage of the U.S. Open, a USTA event, is sponsored by Mass Mutual, Heineken, the U.S. Postal Service, and by Fujifilm.
Let's all say hi way up there to the Fujifilm blimp. Captains John McHugh and Errol Van Eaton. Thanks for the shots, guys, on this beautiful sunny afternoon. High drama, grand theater down here on the Arthur Ashe Stadium court. And our captains in the Fuji blimp enjoying it as we are. At 4-5, Irina Spirlea. Serving to try and even things at 5-all in this deciding set. Martina Hingis awaits the winner at 2 o'clock Eastern on Sunday here on CBS. Yet another of those drop shots.
This one she really carved under nicely and got Venus groping.
then nailed the volley to the open court. 30 love, Spirlea. Ooh, what a shot. And Spirlea shows her speed.
There's better movement from Spirlea in this game, which suggests that she's playing a little bit more relaxed. Nice free swinging winner. It gives her a 40-love lead.
Well, Spirlea makes it more exciting again. 40-30. Wonderful guess, but Spirlea has the last shot, and we're even at 5.
Williams, very few people could ever have gotten back that shot from Spirlea, and then she continues to keep it alive, though she's well off the court.
Well, following the tennis excitement, don't miss Ordinary Extraordinary. We've seen some of that in this match here. And Jag and Nash Bridges will follow that all starting at 8 Eastern. And, of course, for a recap of the day's matches, watch U.S. Open Late Night, sponsored by American Express after David Letterman.
15 left.
Talk about wingspan. Venus Williams got to that like a great condor.
It's a tremendous hustle. It really is. That's a great effort from Venus Williams, who, in spite of the fact that she has so little experience, is competing beautifully. It's not like she can go back and say, I remember a time back in '89 when I found myself in this. But there's none of that.
19 professional tournaments. Quite remarkable.
Yeah, she can't dust off the files and go back.
Oh! 30-15.
For her part, fails to be impressed, won't go away. We're 5-all in the deciding set.
First serve.
The number 11 seed, Spirlea, the unseeded Venus Williams, serving point for 6-5. first, Jim Nance takes a look at one of the players who makes the difference.
CBS Sports presents Players Who Make the Difference, sponsored by Mobil, the energy to make a difference.
For most of her career, Gabriela Sabatini played in the shadow of Steffi Graf. But at the 1990 U.S. Open, she finally earned her moment in the sun. She stepped up her game on the stadium court and beat Graf when it counted. And in winning that elusive Grand Slam title here, she proved that when you reach for your dreams, you can make a difference.
There's the picture, literally, of Arthur Ashe Stadium and the scoreboard. Irina Spirlea will be serving at 5-6 here in the final set, trying to force the tiebreak to settle this semifinal matchup. They've been out there 2.5 hours. And the winner meets Martina Hingis for the championship. The first U.S. Open appearance by this young woman, 17 years old, from Palm Beach Gardens, Florida, protege of her own parents. Kept her out of most of the junior tournaments throughout her young career. Mainly educated at home, groomed to be in this place at this time. Spirlea, the gritty Romanian, got by Monica Seles, the great champion, 3 sets to make it into the semifinal. Her first Grand Slam appearance this far into the draw. 15 love. Lindsay Davenport settled her match against the number 3 seed Yana Novotny in a tiebreak in the final set. We could be looking at that here. Davenport losing earlier to Hingis. Well constructed. 40 love, 1 point away from the tiebreak.
Spirlea really was in total charge at this point and had Williams reacting to everything. But will she play that loosely if it does get to a tiebreak?
Loosely in the good sense, you mean, in that point.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, she's had a failure of nerves when she's needed them most.
And she is there, and so are we. Tiebreak to decide it. The winner to the final.
6-game ball.
Jimmy Connors used to say, this is what they paid for. This is what they came to see.
Thank you. Ready to play. Thank you.
First player to 7 points. Must win by 2 in the 12-point tiebreak. Nice control shot there from Spirlea.
1-0 Spirlea.
First point against the serve of Williams, and so 2 serves come to Spirlea. They'll alternate 2 and 2 the rest of the way.
That's just as good as it gets. A good approach, and it gets Venus Williams tight into the net. A terrific knee bend to find that kind of an angle with that much control.
Right on the paint for 2-1. Spirlea's coach, Max Pacha, from Italy, not smiling now. Wide. 2-all. played 6 points. Spirlea, 4-2. Winner to the championship. Matchup against Martina Hingis, the top seed. And there's former Mayor David Dinkins, a huge tennis fan, had lots to do with keeping this event right here in New York City. He's out cheering on Monica Seles, today supporting Venus Williams.
Still comes up with something huge. That forehand just stayed in.
Serve comes to Williams, 3 points to 4. All even again. Shot from Spirlea.
Huge backhand. And again, when she's got to go for something big, she'll roll over the backhand. She'll abandon that slice and really give it a ride. That was Spirlea's 4th backhand winner of the match. 31 winners she's had off her forehand side.
The match is on her racket. Spirlea stuck to her gun. She did it again.
And very calmly found the open court with that.
Two-match points for the young Romanian.
How great is this? I like the way she handled that match point down.
Right on the line again from Williams.
Still match point for Spirlea, but who cares? Spirlea might win this match, but it won't be by much.
It has to be by 2 points.
Okay.
And they'll change ends again. What a battle in more ways than one. wager. Who looks rattled not a bit. Now, a serve back to Spirlea at 6-7.
The only thing that's really rattled all day long are her beads.
Too good from Spirlea. Even again.
Nice composure from Irina Spirlea. Again, not overplaying that shot, finding a nice angle just off the short court to draw this even again.
Nothing wrong with that serve. How about the return? Match point Williams on her racket. Unseated but not unsung, Venus Williams is into the championship against Martina Hingis. And so here at this USTA National Tennis Center on the Arthur Ashe Stadium court, Venus Williams has defeated Irina Spirlea, the 11th seed.
Well, I'm super stoked. I mean, I guess it's almost kind of like it isn't real. I worked so hard for this all my life, and here it is, and I get to play on day 14.
Did you ever have imagined that last week when you were one of the 128 women that here you are playing in the finals of the U.S. Open?
Oh, man, I mean, this is just like a dream. I'm just going to have to, like, calm down. I'm so happy.
You were 2 match points down. What was going through your mind?
I was like, it isn't over. I can't give up because I don't want to look back and say, Venus, I didn't try. So this is, I think it's just a lot of help from the fans, and I just didn't want to lose.
Talk to me, Venus, about the bumping incident. What was that all about?
Irina wasn't really looking. She was looking that way, actually, and then we were both walking into each other, and I kind of looked away, and then when we both looked back, it was too late. So it wasn't like, you know, a football-type incident or anything, crash collision.
Next up for you, Martina Hingis, your thoughts on that? We don't let you just win one. We got to go on to the next thing.
Yeah. I'm going to have to be ready for that one. I'm just going to get ready, but I'm sure she's going to be ready. I don't know what to say about her right now. I'm just thinking about this, but I'm going to forget about this and move on.
All right, well, congratulations. Nicely done.
Hey,
we'll see you Sunday.
Hey, Daddy. See you when I get home. I don't have to come home now because I won. So I'll see you. Say hi to dogs.
Nice to have somebody say hi to Dad for a change. Let's go up to Tim.
Hi to the dogs, too. They got a mention along with Dad. That is some excited young woman, and rightfully so. She is into the championship match against the top seed, Martina Hingis. 2 phenoms in the world of women's tennis. Hingis had proved herself a year ago. This young woman had to prove it this year. Well, she's done it. Go back and take a look at match point, and all of that excitement and pent-up energy belying the poise and maturity that she showed throughout the match.
Again, it was a tremendous effort. She competed beautifully, Tim. There were some bumpy spots. She was down 6-4 in this third set tiebreak. Down 2 match points. Played her way through it.
You're going home for everybody, baby. So we're right here fighting for you, baby.
This changes everything.
Good luck Sunday. Take it home, baby.
Venus Williams. Her song will be sung Sunday afternoon at 2 here on CBS when she takes on Martina Hingis. And Hingis, in the 2 previous matches, has won both.
Yeah, she sure has. She's owned Williams. They've been lopsided victories for Martina Hingis, and she said, "I don't. So far, I've had an easy time handling Venus."
But is this the same Venus now that she's plowed her way into the championship match here at the Open?
Giving away some beads here. I don't know. I think it'll be. I would still heavily favor Martina Hingis, but on this day, again, who cares, Tim?
That's right. What an accomplishment for this young woman to make it into the final in her first ever U.S. Open. Starting on the streets of Compton, California, where her mother and dad literally crafted her into a tennis player and a fine young woman. She is just the most exciting thing to happen at this tournament. Martina Hingis, the darling of the women's tennis scene, now has to share the stage Sunday with Venus Williams, who will certainly be the American favorite here at the U.S. Open in the Arthur Ashe Stadium. Darlene Hard, the only unseeded woman to play in the U.S. singles final since the start of regular seeding back in 1927. It's been a long time since we've had an unseeded woman in the final. Well, tomorrow, of course, we've got the men's semifinals preceded by the women's doubles final, so lots more excitement ahead on CBS. It all begins at 11 a.m. Eastern Time with the doubles final. We'll look forward to bringing you that. And lots of excitement lies ahead in the men's side of this tournament. But right now, the spotlight shines brightly on this young woman, Venus Williams, conqueror of Arena Spirlea, in a thrilling 3-set match, winning a tie-break in the third. Well done, Venus. Once again, Venus Williams into the final, defeating Arena Spirlea of Romania. Join us tonight following Late Show with David Letterman for the U.S. Open Late Night, sponsored by American Express, and tomorrow at 11 Eastern for Super Saturday. For our entire CBS Sports Announce crew, I'm Tim Ryan, saying so long from the USTA National Tennis.
Became the first female athlete to earn $100,000 in a single season, and it took her 17 tournament wins that year to do it. The winner of this year's U.S. Women's Open final will earn 6.5 times that, $650 grand. And if that someone is Venus Williams, it would be 6 times more than she's made in her entire career, combined. Venus, the first American rookie to make the semifinals since Pam Shriver in 1978, bumping into Arena Spirlea, literally on the court and off. Third set tiebreaker. Spirlea up 6-4, serving for the match. Williams return, makes the great play on the line. Williams' mother cheering her on match point. Williams serving up 8-7 for the match. They will rally Spirlea in the near court. Going for the backhand corner, can't get it. Williams jumping for joy. She wins in 3 sets, 7-6, 4-6, 7-6, 9-7 in the third set tiebreaker. Venus Williams, the first unseeded woman in the U.S. Open finals in the Open era. As she wins, she will play Martina Hingis in the finals. Hingis, a straight set winner over Lindsay Davenport, 2-4. They have played twice before this year, and Hingis leads by winning in straight sets both times. By the way, when Borgen McEnroe played that epic Wimbledon tiebreaker, Venus was 19 days old. A little later in the show, she started the Grand Slam circuit winning the Aussie. Now, Martina Hingis going after her third major against the last woman to whip her. We'll show you highlights against Lindsay Davenport later in SportsCenter.
It's the mirror asking for more.
G&C's Pro Performance Weight Gainer 1850. 1,850 calories with protein and amino acids and vitamins. Calories that give the mirror what it wants. Low-fat Pro Performance Weight Gainer 1850. Exclusively at General Nutrition Centers. G&C. Live well.
So Doug can take care of a few things himself. Tylenol allergy sinus, strength.
It was critical, Ruzetsky, to get on top here, I think. Good job by the, I'm about to say the Canadian turned Brit.
The last Canadian to reach the semifinals of the U.S. Open was Carling Bassett, who played to the semis in 1984 before she lost to Chris Evert. Martina Navratilova won it that year. And interestingly, Carling got to the semis because she'd had mono, and all she tried to do was play short point. She was serving, volleying, chipping, charging. It got her to the semis. I think Canada will claim Ruzetsky
if he wins.
If he wins. Otherwise, he's British. And the British will do the same.
Second double fault.
When Greg Ruzetsky decided to become a Brit, so he'd been living there a while anyway, but he wanted to play Davis Cup for Great Britain and everything. The first time he came back to the Canadian Open, he got booed. I was there for that match. I mean, he walked on the court and they thought he was a total turncoat.
But he also wanted some financial support in defense of Greg from the Canadian Association, which didn't come up with. The two doubles in a row from Ruzetsky after breaking Bjorkman. This is not what he wanted.
2 break points for Bjorkman. Chance to level the fourth set. And does. 2-all. 2-all.
That's like putting a pin in the balloon right there. Comes out having broken Bjorkman. That ball was not that far away from him, and he should have been there at least with a shot at it. But once again, Bjorkman taking the ball so early. Ruzetsky unable to respond.
Oh, boy.
Love to see.
Just took a big old backhand swing at that one from behind the baseline. He likes going for this one. Kind of a risky
low
shot.
return. Jonas hits up, and he's had a good couple games off that backhand side. That ball drops in. Bjorkman makes an error in judgment. If you let a ball go, you better be 99% sure it's going to go out. And I know the second Bjorkman left that, he could see, whoa, not a good idea.
It's love 30.
Well, they're both having a hard time taking care of their service games. Ruzetsky had only dropped serve twice in 5 matches leading into this semifinal. Bjorkman has already broken him 4 times. And now here's a chance for Ruzetsky to break back against Bjorkman.
Ruzetsky goes up a break. In the fourth, we'll be back after this message and a word from your local station.
The world says goodbye to Diana. Today's moving ceremonies in London and a look back at her extraordinary life in Farewell to a Princess, a CBS News special tonight.
The first 9 minutes will leave you breathless. The next 51 will blow you away. Brooklyn South premieres September 22nd. The address is CBS. Welcome home.
I keep reading about this one mutual fund, so I ask them about it. Oh, our blah blah fund is just as good. But I don't see their blah blah fund on this list. Now what?
At Schwab, we don't push funds. We show you how they've performed in our mutual fund select list. Call 1-800-4-SCHWAB and get your copy free.
So it's Monday morning, and I decide to move money from one fund to another. I gotta call up one fund, wait for a check, mail the check, wait for it to clear. Now it's next Monday.
With Mutual Fund One Source, choose from hundreds of no-load funds and get one statement. Which to choose? Call Schwab for our select list free.
They recommend this, then that. Then they recommend I sell the first thing they recommended.
This was supposed to be easy.
Now what do I do?
Then I get my statement. Ouch. Get someone on your side. Get the investment firm where no one is on commission. Maybe that's why over 50,000 people choose Schwab every month. Call now and get our mutual fund select list free.
Your instant link to Doppler 5000 is WRAL Online.
A look at John McEnroe's offices here at CBS. And there's Bob Monsbach,
our fearless
producer,
leader,
waving outside of the truck.
He's the one who makes the magic happen.
Blimp's going down quick now. Start going up.
It's aiming at Monsbach.
Actually, a little surprised Bjorkman gave up on that.
15
ball bounced straight up. He knows these nets are wound extremely tight. He should have just taken a quick look to see where it had gone.
I'm a little surprised, John, that Bjorkman continues to go to the Ruzetsky backhand. I think I'd try to challenge his forehand a little bit. It's gotten a little cold.
Especially given the game that Greg played a couple service games on Bjorkman, you'd think he would have done that, but no, he's continued to go off to Greg's backhand side, and Greg is looking to take this to a fifth set. Well done there by Ruzetsky. Classic serve volley.
40 love.
Brian Teacher, his coach, happy about that. This is Greg Ruzetsky coming into net, scrambling, moving forward, and that's an easy one for him. Hard work pays off. I believe that's Brian's daughter, Noelle, sitting on his lap. Whoa!
141 second serve. That's got to be a record second serve.
He's feeling better now.
And the crowd roars. We've been told that it takes a third of a second from off the racket to the returner at 141 miles an hour. I haven't tested it myself, but I'm not sure I could.
I think it's more like a half a second. Exactly what Ruzetsky should be doing. Well, Jim, the good news is he has gotten that second win. Good job once again. Saw the opening, love 15, 2-4.
We saw Brian Teacher a moment ago, and he came to Ruzetsky through a recommendation from Brad Gilbert. The first thing he wanted to work on a year ago when he took on Greg was to get him stronger physically. And specifically stretching, too. He said he had bad back and didn't know how to hold the stretch beyond 10 or 15 seconds. So later on, yoga got into the mix.
Stretching and breathing exercises, too. Yeah, it took Greg a while to warm up to the whole yoga idea, but John, you've done a lot of yoga.
That's what it's all about. Breathing is really the main focus. And Brian Teacher is a yoga fanatic. Back his days at UCLA, you know, LA, they're a lot more advanced out there. We've had many classes together in the yoga schools throughout LA, Brian and I, and it hasn't helped a whole lot, unfortunately, as much as we had hoped. Father time is an ugly thing, Jim. I know you don't know anything about that because you've just turned 30.
We're the same age, my man. Same age. I'd like to try it sometime.
It's a great thing to do. Highly recommend.
The only time I've tried it was of the frozen variety.
Especially after listen to Mansbach in the truck. You know, go straight to yoga after that. How about we get all the guys in the truck doing some yoga? Calm them down there. Bjorkman, believe it or not, a little flustered out there right now. That was a very makeable backhand volley. Pulled that well wide. I should say pushed it well wide.
Bjorkman trying to hold on here in the fourth set. He leads 2-1, but down a break. Game to the Swede. Rosetsky leads 4-3 in the fourth.
Rosetsky leads. What do I want? I want to know I'm headed in the right direction. I want to keep my options open. I do want to take care of my family. I want to give something back. I want to learn, find what's right for me, be ready for anything, make the right choices. I want to find the people who can get me there.
American Express Financial Advisors can help you decide what you want to do and how to get there.
I want to say I made a difference. I want to do more.
About time. Yeah, finally got one.
You're just too good to be true. Can't take my eyes off you. You'd be like...
Well?
Out.
Thanks. I must say, you're doing a great job today.
Meet George and Leo.
You have a stuttering problem, don't you?
I stammer. And it gets worse when I run into someone who's obnoxious.
Two men with nothing in common.
Hello, Princess.
Dad?
Except their family.
Your son got my daughter pregnant out of wedlock. Now, what kind of a father are you?
At least I was there when it happened.
Bob Newhart and Judd Hirsch.
I'm a professional magician.
I didn't realize that my son was marrying into carnival people.
George and Leo premiere CBS Monday, September 15th.
Back at Ash Stadium, Jim Nance along with Mary Carrillo and John McEnroe, the first men's semifinal. In a fourth set, Bjorkman leads 2-1, but Rosetsky up a break. In set 4, Chang and Rafter to follow.
Beautifully done by Jonas Bjorkman there. Once again, absolutely no backswing. Bunts that ball cross court for a winner. Rosetsky wasn't quite in position to that chip approach.
Only 2 service games lost in the first 5 matches. Love 4 times today, and it's Love 30 in this match, in this game.
Bjorkman's made a conscious decision on the ad court not to give Ruzetsky that angle out wide that lefties love. Ruzetsky continues to pound away there. Bjorkman has responded.
Love 40.
You know, Ruzetsky must have been thinking about those 2 cross-court backhand winners, so what does Bjorkman do? Hold it a split second longer, rips it up the line.
Great chance to get this back on serve. 3 break points for the Swede.
Twice to the forehand, 2 return misses. What will he do here?
Ruzetsky asked for that same ball back.
He wants to touch the towel. He obviously, he's not sweating real hard, but that towel is a little Linus move for him. He likes to.
He wants that ball back.
Yeah, that's it. Same one.
Lucky ball.
That'll take.
It's the last 2 points, and he kisses it.
Who can blame him? Down 40, moments from being even again in this 4th set, and Ruzetsky with a clammy little shot to make it deuce. He wants that ball.
I'll use that ball again. There it goes.
Romantic moment here for Ruzetsky. Oh, boy.
Advantage Ruzetsky.
A love 40 game evaporates for Jonas Bjorkman.
Ruzetsky trying to go up 5-3.
What's up?
That's a huge move.
To go up 5-3.
Ruzetsky leads 5-3.
Next Saturday, CBS has its season premiere of NASDAQ college football. Most will see Arizona State against Miami. Some will see an SEC battle, South Carolina, Georgia. Some will watch Illinois against Louisville. It all starts next Saturday, 3 o'clock Eastern Time.
15 long clock.
If Ruzetsky sends this to a 5th set and prevails, just think with his condition already, ailing coming in, how hard it'll be to recover tomorrow in the final, having come off 5-setter.
Well, we may have to check another stat. The fastest 5-set match ever played. I think we're certainly within reach. So that will be a plus.
13-15.
First double fault from Bjorkman. I do think that we've already made history in this match. A 141-mile-an-hour second serve from Greg Ruzetsky. Very few guys can pump in a first serve that big.
Ruzetsky showing some nice feel in this match. Held that ball nicely. Put up a lob that Bjorkman couldn't handle. Now 2 points from the 4th set.
Out. set point for Rosetsky. Trying to push this match to the limit for the fifth set. Rosetsky takes the fourth, 6-3.
Hey, honey, he's walking. Get the camera.
Fujifilm presents the smallest one-time use camera. Smaller than a key case. Pack of tissues.
Stay with Daddy.
A wallet.
Come on, where is it?
The 24mm Advanced Photo System Quick Snap takes great big pictures. And it's so small, you'll always have a camera handy. Just try to remember where.
For 15 years,
I love the smell of bacon in the morning.
he played by the rules. Now, an ex-cop turned private investigator is doing things his way.
Yo, what is this? America's Funniest Home Videos? I'm gonna make you boys stop.
And with a little help from his friends,
Call me. I'll call you. You call me. I'll call you.
he's cleaning up crime one punk at a time.
I enjoyed that. Was it as good for you guys as it was for me?
Good. Danny Aiello is Della Ventura, premiering CBS Tuesday, September 23rd.
Arizona State, last year, great. This year, we'll see. Miami, dangerous. I wouldn't want to play them. Just watch.
Well, one set to go here. And one will make it to Championship Sunday. We know the women's final, all set as of yesterday. Hingis against Williams. 2 o'clock tomorrow, Championship Sunday gets started here on CBS. 5-set match record, career record. Bjorkman 12-6 on his career.
Eagles.
Rosetsky 3-3.
Misses that smash. What a streaky match it's been for Jonas Bjorkman. He got broken twice in that first set and wasn't even into it. Lost at 6-1. And then in the second and third sets, he lost only 8 points on his own serve. Now that fourth set, he's broken 3 times. It's got a little hard to pick what's going to happen in the fifth.
15-all.
Normally, you always figure that the more aggressive player should be dictating the match, but at times, Bjorkman's been more aggressive than Rosetsky. Not lately.
13-15.
2 weeks ago tomorrow on Arthur Ashe Sunday, Mary, you made a prediction that you thought Rosetsky could come up big at this U.S. Open. I don't think you picked him to win it, but he's already accomplished something he never had before, reaching a slam semifinal.
I'm usually so bad at picking that, I mean, that's one of the major upsets of the U.S. Open, that I actually got Rosetsky right. But he was in the section of the draw that I thought he could advance in. A nice grab there from Rosetsky, but he was out of position. I mean, Rosetsky was in that section of the draw that had Philippoussis and had Ivanisevic, and I just thought he's more solid than both those guys.
Big point there for Rosetsky to go up 40-30. First game of the fifth set.
I think what he's done a better job than those two is simply competing harder. And that wins you a lot of matches. Wait till we see the next match. Chang.
Rosetsky.
So he holds to open up set 5.
It's the first thing we all reach out for, and we never really stop. When we marry, buy a home, build a career, raise a family, even when we retire, we still reach out for something only a company like Travelers can provide. Whether it's life insurance or long-term care to protect you today, or annuities to enrich your tomorrows, what we all want is what Travelers Life and Annuity promises. Something to hold on to.
Relax.
Relax. Take your shoes off.
I'm more comfortable like this.
Really?
Well...
Millions of people have toenail fungus, thick, brittle, yellow nails.
Oh, I've been in your shoes. You can do something. Call your doctor or Janssen Pharmaceutica at 1-800-NAILS-90.
Who's Janssen?
Your doctor knows Janssen. Call 1-800-NAILS-90 for more information on nail fungus and how to treat it.
Right, I'll call 1-800-NAILS-90.
Oh, you catch on quick.
Well,
Brought to you by Janssen Pharmaceutica, world leader in antifungal research.
It's about style.
That's not what you're wearing, is it?
I was gonna wear a tie, but that seemed too Brian Gumber. What do you think of the hat?
Too Huggy Bear.
It's about first dates.
What do you think of pasta?
Oh, I love pasta, but I've always preferred making love on an empty stomach.
I'll turn the sauce down. Wouldn't want it to boil prematurely.
The Gregory Hines Show. Coming to CBS Friday this fall.
Second serve coming for Bjorkman, who struggled so much with his serve in the fourth set.
15 love.
Again, a very rocky fourth set for Bjorkman, but he recovered from a very bad first set and played two glistening sets right after that.
And Bjorkman, with that scrofulous growth on his chin, hasn't shaved since before Indianapolis, where he ended up winning an event that had a pretty good field there, including Sampras and Agassi. So,
I mean, he hasn't shaved his whole face, and that's what's there, just that little specific area.
he said he says, hey, I'm Swedish. I only shave once a week anyway. It took me that long.
Lucky guy.
Well, he's going to keep it that way.
Quickly to 40 love, looking to level this fifth set at 1-all. He's gotten more tentative, no doubt about that. The fourth set into this fifth, not being quite as aggressive as he was a little bit earlier. First thing that goes, you stop moving your feet as well, like he didn't do on that last point.
Forced Rosetsky on the run that time.
1-all.
He sure moved quickly there. He scrambled. The smart play was when he saw Rosetsky in big trouble well behind the baseline, that he moved in quickly to net, cut that backhand off. Rosetsky did well to get back in, but he forgot to look and see where Bjorkman was.
Two sets apiece, 1-all in the fifth. Who has the edge right now, do you think? Both of you think?
It's a toss-up. Talking about two guys who have never been in this position. Rosetsky obviously has a big set serving. He'd have an edge, but Bjorkman's strong suit his return. So tough one to call. I picked Greg before the match, so I'm going to stick with it.
And in this stage of the final set, again, this is virgin territory for both these guys trying to fight their way into their first major final. It's the small things that are hard to do. I mean, Greg here trying to get down that low for that first volley. There. there. I mean, that Jonas Bjorkman had that lined up. That was his shot. He had a clean shot at it, and he didn't make it. So really, this is, again, I quote Forrest Becker about this all the time, but he's right. The fifth set is about a lot more than tennis. Managing your nerves, you know, keeping your head straight, getting composed after a missed shot, and staying aggressive.
It's like that semifinal women's yesterday, Spirlea Williams. How could you possibly tell what was going to happen there in the third set? They talk about unpredictable.
That one did get pretty ragged for a while, but a remarkable effort from Venus Williams to get through that one.
Rosetsky.
2-1 Rosetsky in the fifth. Tony Bennett has arrived.
2-1.
Much to the delight of many.
Yep.
I've been playing only one match my entire life. And it's late in the fourth set. And I'm feeling strong. And my opponent, history, is looking over at me, wondering what to do.
For 50 years, they have come into our homes to entertain us.
Here we are, Burns and Allen.
And every moment,
I would like to thank the Vice President.
every smile,
I am so verklempt.
every tear
We never dreamed of that.
was all leading up to one unforgettable night.
Thank you, thank you, thank you.
And that night is coming to CBS. The Emmys with host Bryant Gumbel, Sunday, September 14th. Sharon Night with the stars.
Summer's almost over, and Cosby's looking forward to a nice, peaceful new season. The season premiere of Cosby, CBS Monday, September 15th.
To recap this five-setter, in the first, it was 6-1 Rosetsky. Bjorkman started returning in the second, and what happened in the third?
Bjorkman really made Rosetsky work in that third set. The fourth set, again, was all Rosetsky, including a second serve at 141.
So we're in the fifth on serve. 15 love.
First love.
A lot of people think North Carolina can make a run at a national championship this year in football. Colorado State leading at halftime over the Buffs. Bob Davie debuting on the Notre Dame sideline as the head coach. State in a romp.
That previous shot was screaming for Rosetsky to take that in the air. He's actually moving forward. He stopped himself, went backwards like 5 to 6 feet and tried to hit a backhand pass. Bjorkman got the leg cord.
Game Bjorkman.
2-all.
2-all.
Most of the crowd is now filed in, looking to see a great fifth set, followed by the American Michael Chang and the Aussie Patrick Rafter coming up immediately following. Rosetsky got careless there. Didn't need to go for so much. Love 15.
Rosetsky is really, excuse me, Jim, he's really taking every bit of the 22nd he's got between points now. Going to the towel an awful lot. This is a fine stretch from Rosetsky. Smashes that away. And he's still recovering from that last point, taking some restorative breaths. Bjorkman is ready to go right away.
That's
another thing Brian teachers had Greg work on. Move forward. Keep coming in closer to net. And then you're a big guy, just stick your racket out there, you get the angle and the winner. As you can see that previous point, he's a tough guy to lob. This time, bricks the overhead.
That's the all.
It was too easy for him.
I think he didn't have quite enough time, really. A higher lob, he would have handled better. That thing really broke away. A gnarly 86-mile-an-hour serve becomes his 14th ace.
Look where that second serve bounces. Halfway up the IBM speed gun. You can see how fast his serve was. That was a solid kick. Wow.
Game to Rosetsky. He leads 3-2 in the fifth.
Rosetsky leads 3-2.
I think life is made of promises. You need them when you're little, and you rely on them all your life. Promises are how we tell each other that we care. They don't really have a beginning or an end. They're forever.
For more than 145 years, people across America have relied on Mass Mutual for life insurance and financial security. Mass Mutual, the blue chip company. We help you keep your promises.
I bought this car for me. But if anyone takes notice, that's okay too. Aurora, defy convention.
Koresh. Gotti.
How are you going to address the question?
McVeigh. One by one, they all fall down. Eddie, cuff him. Who's next?
David Caruso is U.S. Attorney Michael Hayes. CBS Tuesday, this fall.
It's even like Brian Teacher mentioned to me yesterday. This is just an unbelievable opportunity for both of these guys in their first semifinal, being able to play against another unseeded player for the right to go to the final. We're on serve in the fifth.
Brian Teacher took advantage in the 1980, I believe, Australian Open, won his lone Grand Slam title. And I'm pretty sure Brian was unseated there as well, so anything can happen.
But he had the benefit of being able to say he won the 80 and the 81 Australian, since they lapped over December to January, and it sounds like you won it twice.
Of course, unseeded Venus Williams will try to win the U.S. Open tomorrow against Martina Hingis, going for her third major of 97. I got to favor the younger kid, Hingis, in that one.
Yeah.
She's only 16.
Well, it's sure fitting that Venus's first attempt at a Grand Slam title would come here at Arthur Ashe Stadium.
No kidding.
And sadly enough, and bizarrely enough, the Greg Gruzetsky's best ever result now.
Would fall on this weekend in this particular event. Apiece.
3-all.
After tennis, jump on the web, cbs.sportsline.com. Get you all set for Championship Sunday. This match, 2 hours and 9 minutes, midway through the 5th set. John, just to compare, how about the 5-setter time-wise, the one you had with Becker up in Connecticut?
They played 15 sets at this rate. 6 hours, 40 minutes. Longest match ever at the U.S. Open, 5 hours and 26. Chang Edberg semi in '92.
That was an unbelievable effort from Stefan Edberg, defending his '91 title by beating Michael Chang in that 5-setter. He'd also gone 5 sets with Lendl. Nicely done.
30-15.
And then he beat Sampras in the final to take the whole thing.
Here's what Bjorkman probably would have liked to have done more often. Hit that nice lower turn, come charging in. Quickly put away the backhand volley. 35. He also beat Richard Krajicek in 5 sets in the 16, so that was the Iron Man of the Decade Award right there for Stefan Edberg, who's retired.
Maybe the greatest defense of a title that, at least that I can remember. Anyway, Chang Rafter coming up will look an awful lot like Chang Edberg back in '92 on Stadium Court at the U.S. Open. Same dynamics. Constant serving and volleying, getting to the net from Rafter. Constant scrambling, passing, and returning from Chang. So no matter what happens, we could very easily have 2 fatigued finalists deciding it tomorrow. Tough thing playing 3 out of 5 sets, semi and final back-to-back.
Well, we usually do have 2 fatigued finalists because of that rule, only here at the U.S. Open. It's the only major event. It also is the only major event that has a tiebreaker in the 5th set, which is starting to look like a real possibility here.
And you would think that it's at a time like this that Brian Teacher is so happy that he made Greg Gruzetsky get into such good shape.
To Gruzetsky on serve in the 5th.
What makes a woman alluring? It's difficult to define, but impossible to resist. Every woman has her own special allure. And like a perfect memory, it lasts forever. Allure, the irresistible fragrance from Chanel.
Every so often, a TV show comes along that dares to break the rules.
You saved my life today, huh?
And takes you where you've never gone before.
You're 20, Terry. You think you can't ever get hurt?
Brooklyn South is the one new series
Shots fired! Get him out!
that will blow you away this fall.
Snipers, multiple gunshot victims!
The New York Times says it's building a reputation as the drama that will push the limits of network television.
Don't you leave it, Frank!
Brooklyn South premieres CBS Monday, September 22nd. Meet a private investigator with a style all his own.
Yo, what is this? America's Funniest Home Videos. I'm going to make you boys stop.
Della Ventura, CBS, September 23rd.
Bjorkman now have the pressure fall on his serve. 2 sets apiece. The winner to the U.S. Open final tomorrow.
Well, this is actually better for the players waiting in the locker room, too. They know this thing's going to be over in the next 10, 15 minutes, so they can prepare accordingly. So those guys should be ready to go the first ball. Ruzetsky has the edge, being able to serve first. Pressure on the Swede right now at 3-4. Jonas played 2 tentative volleys, but made up for that nice-looking overhead. Both players have come to the net quite often. Not surprised there. That's the forehand return I like from Ruzetsky. Doesn't go for that big swing, heavy topspin. Just takes a flatter stroke. Just guides it up the line beautifully for a winner. Shorter backswing. That's an effective return for him. He had that one lined up, just a little bit wide.
Bjorkman served his whole game in about the 100-mile-an-hour range. He may want to change that up a little bit because Ruzetsky's got a nice read on these serves.
He's really tightened up, man.
He really has. I mean, this is a huge chance for Greg Ruzetsky.
That volley saved him there. Good, solid volley. Once again, not going for a lot in the serve. I'm not sure he's capable of a lot more right now because he's obviously nervous. Good idea to get that first one in. That volley was perfect. Made for an easy overhead.
Advantage Bjorkman. Game to Bjorkman. 4-all on the 5th.
Bjorkman was aggressive. Ruzetsky had to move as quick as he's capable of, and the sad thing is when you get there, you don't want to miss it. That makes it all the more irritating.
That was long.
Not by much, and there is a wind kicking up back there. That's why Ruzetsky had to check himself.
And he got lucky because he was not going to run that return down. No way. Chang wouldn't have run that down.
He would have tried.
Well, maybe Chang. Maybe Chang. I take that back.
Rudy Love off the ace. His 15th.
Just waited on that. He's really looking tense right now.
Much more so than Ruzetsky?
Actually, without a doubt, in my opinion, right now, Ruzetsky looks the one more settled, and Bjorkman has got to get those feet moving.
140. Barely got a racket on it. 5-4 Ruzetsky in the 5th set.
New merchandise daily. 2 patents every 24 hours. Internet, software, wireless innovations, direct from designer, Bell Labs. Thousands of breakthroughs in stock. More arriving today. We never close. Lucent Technologies. We make the things that make communications work.
A black Lincoln?
Yes, sir.
Introducing Navigator from Lincoln.
Why didn't you just have him park it in the lot?
I didn't want it scratched.
Navigator from Lincoln. What a luxury should be.
September 15th, say goodbye to reruns because the new CBS season begins. Starting with Cosby, and wait till you meet his new neighbors. Then it's the premiere of the Gregory Hines Show on a special night.
She kissed you. Yeah, I didn't know what else to do, so I kissed her back.
And Sybil's back. Then Bob and Judd are George and Leo.
You have a stuttering problem, don't you? And it gets worse when I run into someone who's obnoxious.
If it's Monday, it must be CBS, starting September 15th.
Well, as the tension mounts for Bjorkman, it may be exposed. Right here in this game, he must hold.
Bjorkman's got to mix it up more on the serve here because Ruzetsky's getting a read on it. He's not hitting it too hard, about 100 miles an hour or so. And he's tight, so he's not going to be moving quite as quickly, so he's got to do a little bit more on the serve. Which he doesn't do.
Look at that. He's just trying to bend them in so he can get tight to the net.
He thought it was going out, and then the last second realized it wasn't.
He's really nervous. I mean, that's just...
I don't blame him, but he's got to overcome it. But it was going in anyway, so if there's a good news for Bjorkman. 30 off. This is the second serve. If he loses this point, it's match point for Ruzetsky. Oh, boy.
You see Ruzetsky scolding himself for not hitting through that. That was an 84-mile-an-hour second serve. You got to go after that.
Well, Ruzetsky just joined the nervous crowd right there because he really tightened up on that return.
Point away from 5 all. Tough to even make a toss at this point. Playing in their first semifinal.
We can all appreciate the dilemma of this moment for both these guys. Even though many of us have never gotten this far anywhere in any kind of sporting event. On any level, you know what it feels like, though, to have a big moment, to have a big occasion, and being so close to it. That's nice. Good snappy movement from Ruzetsky, and he's getting down low.
Well, the good news for both these players, if they have another opportunity, they'll be better for it the next time, having experienced it. All the top players feel nerves when they're out there. It's not just these guys, but given the fact that this is the biggest match for both these players in their career, you're going to see nerves. Might throw that double in.
Fourth double of the day for Rosetsky.
This match isn't wacky to the eyebrows the way it got in the women's semifinal. Two unseeded players yesterday, Spirlea and Williams. But you still really have no idea what's going to happen.
40-15.
It sure does help Greg Rosetsky, though, that he got to serve first in this final set. Another example, John, of Rosetsky going so far for what turns out to be so little in the end, missing the shot.
Well, let's see if it affects him this next point, but clearly that was a makeable shot again, and it is frustrating to cover that amount of ground and miss the ball.
6-5, Rosetsky.
American Express Small Business Services. How can I help you?
How can I help you?
Right. We only work with small businesses.
Why don't we start with your cash flow?
And our equipment financing plan will help spread out the payments.
That'll definitely give you more flexibility.
How about setting up a line of credit?
We can do that.
Then I'll put you in touch with one of our CPAs so you can start getting ready for tax time.
We can always make adjustments when your situation changes.
Call 1-800-SUCCESS to find out how American Express Small Business Services can help you do more.
A black Lincoln?
Yes, sir.
Introducing Navigator from Lincoln.
Why didn't you just have him park it in the lot?
I didn't want it scratched.
Navigator from Lincoln. What a luxury should be.
Neither player has ever been in a fifth set tiebreak. Rosetsky went to an 11-9 fifth set, defeating Jonathan Stark in the second round of Wimbledon this year. Bjorkman from Sweden, 25. 17th ranked player in the world. Rosetsky 20th on his birthday, 24th birthday. Two points away from the tiebreak.
Sometimes Greg gives away he's going to pull that up the line, and Bjorkman hits a beautiful drop volley. Chip return of Rosetsky, slicing it right up the line, has really paid dividends for him. Bjorkman did his best to come up with something better than that, but Rosetsky was all over the forehand pass. Well, the good news, Mary, is he got it in the court, so he's getting somewhere.
And he's putting pressure on Bjorkman, even in losing those points. He's letting this guy know that he's got to make a very, very fine drop volley to make the winner.
2 game points.
How strange is that? Rosetsky had given up on the point, is literally just standing there, about to turn around and say, towel, please. What's it what Bjorkman does? Just stood there and he hit it right back to him. Inside out forehand winner.
Where's he go with the second serve?
In the court. He just didn't want a double fault. Ruzetsky's got that big forehand. He's got time to line it up. Beautiful angle. And Bjorkman back to deuce here.
2 points from the match.
In the finals of the U.S. Open. Greg Ruzetsky or Jonas Bjorkman.
Thank you.
Bjorkman looking to sneak in on the second serve. Ruzetsky's done that well all day, slicing that back in. Letcourt gives him time to run around it, and that is the biggest forehand of that young man's life. Happy birthday, Greg Ruzetsky.
Out of the sickbed and into the U.S. Open final. That's quite an effort.
At one time today, people were saying he would not even be able to play the semifinal match. 2 hours and 30 minutes.
And Lucy Connors there is one happy lady. Greg's girlfriend. Give this guy a big round of applause, though. Jonas Bjorkman. Tough way to go out.
Wonderful way of handling himself as he exits. He made it to the finals in the doubles here yesterday, losing in the final with his partner Nicholas Kulti to Vacek and Kafelnikov. But we'll see this man, Ruzetsky, tomorrow in the final. And right now, let's send it inside to Pat O'Brien and Patrick McEnroe.
All right, Jim, thank you. We'll hear from you in a moment. So Greg Ruzetsky, who had never won a match in this venue before, is in the finals of the U.S. Open, Patrick McEnroe.
I think he's pretty happy with the new Arthur Ashe Stadium and the first British player to make it into a Grand Slam final since John Lloyd did in 1977 at the Australian Open, where he lost to our good buddy Vitas Gerulaitis. And Ruzetsky, obviously a little under the weather, coming back from 2 sets to 1 down, winning it with a lot of guts in the 5th.
Already standing by with our Andrea Joyce. Andrea?
All right, thanks, Pat. Greg, congratulations. Not a bad way to spend your birthday.
No, not at all. I was
Really pleased with the way I played. I thought Jonas played a tremendous match today, and I was a little bit lucky there, and it paid off for me today.
A couple of hours ago, we were saying that we didn't even think you'd be able to play because you were ill. How are you holding up physically?
Yeah, I'm fine. I went to see a doctor who handles Pavarotti and people like that because I had a problem with my throat, and she was lovely to come out today and to support me, and I really appreciate her spending time with me to fix me up.
Any concern having to turn right around, though, and play tomorrow?
No, no concern whatsoever. She knows what she's doing, and I feel very safe, and I'm looking forward to the finals.
Tell us a little bit about your reaction at match point and what it feels like now to be in a Grand Slam final.
Well, I didn't really think I had a chance when I was down 2-1, and when match point came along, I just was so excited because I couldn't believe I won, and I thought for sure Jonas was going to take me after 2-1, so it's just an unbelievable feeling.
This is an emotional week for you, I know, with the passing of Princess Diana, but do you take any comfort from the fact that you have probably provided some kind of a lift for the folks back home?
Well, I hope I've provided a little bit of a lift, but it's such a sad tragedy that there's just no comparison between the two.
Okay, we'll see you in less than 24 hours. Congratulations and good luck tomorrow.
Thank you.
Back to you, Pat.
Andrea, thank you. And so we look at the draw, and we're down to 3 players. He'll play the winner of Michael Chang and Patrick Rafter.
Well, Ruzetsky just showed a lot of guts to come back in that match. As he said, he thought he was out of it, but he's through. The first couple sets he lost in this tournament against Jonas Bjorkman, and now we wait for another great semifinal, we think, Rafter and Chang.
And as Jim Nance pointed out, he started the day as a rumor of being maybe not even playing in the U.S. Open, playing in the semifinal match, and here he is in the finals.
Yeah, he certainly did a tremendous job, and Greg Ruzetsky, a few fans out there on his side, and as he said, you know, a difficult time for him in the past week, but he managed to go out there and compete hard, and the guy's a tremendous competitor along with the improvement in his game, and here he is in the U.S. Open final.
What goes through your mind, do you think, when you get this far and not expected? Obviously, didn't win a match here ever, and now you're in the finals. Is it bewilderment, or are you proud of yourself? Or?
Well, I don't know. I've never been there.
Well, I'm not making fun of you. I'm asking you.
No, I mean, I made it to the semis once in the Australian Open, and I think Greg honestly feels like he could win it. I think he's been there. You know, he was going into today's match, there obviously was a lot of pressure on. First time in a Grand Slam semifinal, he comes through. So I think he feels like, you know, this is an opportunity for him. I don't think he's going to be intimidated at all.
All right, still to come here on Super Saturday, Michael Chang and Patrick Rafter. And for Greg Ruzetsky, we have 4 words for you. Happy birthday to you. We'll be back after this.
Who are these people? They go to the strangest places, work in the tightest quarters, and gladly keep the oddest hours. Who are they? Forever probing and prodding, digging, exploring. Who are these people? They are Texaco, and what they do is find the energy the world needs to keep on running. Texaco, a world of energy.
Meet George and Leo.
You have a stuttering problem, don't you?
I stammer. And it gets worse when I run into someone who's obnoxious.
2 men with nothing in common.
Hello, Princess.
Dad?
Except their family.
Your son got my daughter pregnant out of wedlock. Now, what kind of a father are you?
At least I was there when it happened.
Bob Newhart and Judd Hirsch.
I'm a professional magician.
I didn't realize that my son was marrying into carnival people.
George and Leo premieres CBS Monday, September 15th. Ray's ready for a brand new season.
Where's my set? We knocked it down. What do you mean you knocked it down? Who thought you were going to get picked up?
Ray's back starting CBS Monday, September 22nd.
This U.S. Open update is sponsored by Fidelity Investments.
Welcome back to our coverage of the U.S. Open. I'm Pat O'Brien. On behalf of all of us here at CBS Sports, we're glad you're spending part of Super Saturday with us here, giving you live tennis. We had the Women's Doubles Championship earlier. We'll show you that. Coming up, Michael Chang and Patrick Rafter, the #2 seed. Now favored. It's his tournament to lose, Pat McEnroe and Patrick Rafter.
Yeah, and Michael Chang going into that match up 5-2 in the series, but the last time they played just a couple of weeks ago, right before the U.S. Open, Rafter 1 in 3. So big test for Michael Chang.
All right, they'll be on the court in a few minutes. In the meantime, let's take care of some business. Earlier today, we talked about, well, there's Greg Ruzetsky defeating Jonas Bjorkman, a big 5-setter here on Arthur Ashe Stadium.
Yeah, good 5-setter. Amazingly quick match. These guys were playing at rapid pace out there, 7-5 in the 5th, and it was under 3 hours.
And the women's doubles earlier, and the #1 team was upset by Lindsay Davenport and Jana Novotná. They will take home a trophy from the U.S. Open, 3-4. Second set with Davenport serving 1-love. You got pretty pumped up about these doubles matches this year.
Yeah, why not? I love it.
Great.
Look at that little swing and a miss from Zereva there. She was going for the Grand Slam in doubles. She won the Australian with Hingis, and she won Wimbledon and the French with Gigi Fernandez. But not to be today, as Davenport and Novotná pretty much cruised in this match. There's the service winner from Lindsay. A celebration for them as they upset the top-seeded team.
So they picked up the trophy, and afterwards, Gigi Fernandez used the occasion to retire from the game of tennis.
Those of you who know me the best know that I always save the best for last. And I want to thank all the fans, not only here, but all throughout the world, for the support they've given me. It's been great, and if I've given you half back and you've given me, I'll always cherish these last 15 years. Thank you very much.
The paragraph of history of the U.S. Open in tennis goes by.
And Gigi Fernandez, who retired, she said from singles when she lost her singles match. No one knew she was going to do it in doubles. Here she's won, I think, 17 Grand Slam titles. She saw 5 U.S. Opens, one of the greatest women's doubles players in a long, long time.
All right, still to come, Patrick Rafter and Michael Chang out in Arthur Ashe Stadium. They'll be out in a few minutes. We'll show you that when they do. And when we come back, we'll take a look at Patrick Rafter right after this from Arthur Ashe Stadium.
You ride into town. Fidelity.com is your sidekick. Together, you rustle up independent research. Trade stocks and options. Get your hands on IPOs. It's just $28.95 a trade. Hit Fidelity.com and start clicking at anything that moves.
You commit 5 of the 7 deadly sins just by looking at it. The Infinity Q45. Own one and you'll understand.
I remember when I was little watching the first satellites go over. But what's about to happen in space seems even more amazing. To put a space station into orbit, astronauts from 13 countries living there up to 10 years, that's a pretty great achievement. I'm John Donor, and I work at Mobil. I developed the grease that will lubricate the International Space Station's air system. We might take breathing for granted on Earth, but it's very important for them. I feel very proud for Mobil that we are a part of that.
For 50 years, they have come into our homes to entertain us.
Here we are, Burns and Allen.
And every moment,
I would like to thank the Vice President.
every smile,
I am so verklempt.
every tear
We never dreamed of that.
was all leading up to one unforgettable night.
Thank you, thank you, thank you.
And that night is coming to CBS. The Emmys with host Bryant Gumbel, Sunday, September 14th. Sharon Night with the stars.
Tennis fans here in New York City and Flushing Meadows awaiting the second semifinal match today between Michael Chang and Patrick Rafter. The players will be out momentarily. In the meantime, let's send you up to Jim Nance for an important announcement, a nice announcement. Jim?
It really is. Thank you, Pat. All of us at CBS are just delighted to announce that the partnership between CBS Sports and the United States Tennis Association has been extended through the year 2004. And I'm joined by Judy Levering, who is the first vice president of the USTA, and Harry Marmion, who is the president of the United States Tennis Association. Great to be with both of you. We're excited by this news, and tell me what your thoughts are about this.
Well, it solidifies our partnership with CBS, who's been our longtime working partner at the U.S. Open. It helps us consolidate our revenues into the 21st century. We're mighty pleased about it. It's going to help us grow the game and enable us to pay for this marvelous edifice, which we built with our own money.
Well, Judy, so much talk about the plan for growth. How does this accelerate that plan for growth that you have?
Well, it actually helps make it happen. I mean, the teamwork now that we have, our financial stability to go out there and get more players, promote the sport, is a two-way street. We have the money now to go out and invest in the future, invest in more players. Then we provide the fans and hopefully the top players later for CBS to televise.
Well, Harry, this magnificent edifice you spoke of, what's been the reaction that you've gotten back from the players?
Well, the players, everybody says it's terrific. Jan Lendl said that it's the best facility of its kind in the world. We think it's the best in the world, too. It's the stadium of the future. It's the National Tennis Center of the future. And we're mighty pleased to have it named after Arthur Ashe, and we've got a terrific reaction to our opening night ceremony. And everything has gone very well. Everything's fallen into place, including a great final for an American woman tomorrow, a young American woman, and we hope American male today.
Yeah, we're looking forward to Championship Sunday and being with you all until at least 2004. It dates back the relationship to 1968 and the start of the Open era. And Judy, Harry, thank you.
Thank you very much, and thank you, CBS.
All right, and let's go back to Pat O'Brien. Pat?
All right, Jim, thank you. In my 17 years at CBS, which is coming to an end, a lot of the memories, most of them, 15 years here at the U.S. Open. I have great memories of this tournament.
I have great memories watching all the TV and watching you, Pat, for so many years, and certainly being able to work with you for a couple of years has been tremendous, and it's been a lot of fun, and I know I'm going to miss you, and I think all the players will miss you, too.
I'm not that old. You haven't been watching me that long. Let's talk about one of the brightest new stars on the men's scene this year, a samurai and serve volleyer from down under, Patrick. Andrea Joyce goes beyond the baseline to profile Patrick Rafter, the new pride of Australian tennis.
CBS Sports presents Beyond the Baseline, sponsored by American Express, proud sponsor of the U.S. Open.
Say hello to the new rock star of this year's U.S. Open, Patrick Rafter.
The hair, everything. The height. You got it.
Oh, he's a good-looking boy.
Beyond the movie star good looks, the 24-year-old Rafter happens to be one of the best serve and volleyers in the game. With a ranking that went from 62 to 14 in less than a year, Patrick is ready to make his mark.
You know, not making any errors, returning pretty smart and serving pretty well and volleying the best I ever have. I guess the movement as well, you know, moving very well. And just in a great frame of mind. I think, you know, all those things combined, you're going to be a pretty good player, and I guess everything's just clicked for me this year.
Out here on the Tennis Center grounds, Rafter's celebrity status continues to grow with each passing round. Down in Australia, though, the passion for Patrick has been around for a long time. Everywhere he goes, they follow.
It's a great thing to have, you know. I mean, any male would be happy with that.
No, it always adds to the excitement when he takes his shirt off. You know.
Rafter is now upholding an Australian tradition, stepping in as the latest in a long line of tennis heartthrobs from down under.
Did the girls ever chase you around like that?
All over the place. I mean, yeah, but not as many of them. You know, there weren't that many.
The girls ever chase you around like that?
Couldn't catch me. I was too quick.
And while Rafter tries to chase down his first Grand Slam title, he doesn't mind having adoring fans along for the ride.
I know I enjoy it while I get it, but, you know, I don't let that distract from where I'm going.
So it's not a problem?
Definitely not a problem.
Well, we'll see if he has a good day today, and this is certainly his moment, and that match is coming up against Michael Chang here on CBS shortly. When we come back, we'll send you up to Jim, John, and Mary for the call of that match. Enjoy the tennis here on CBS. We'll see you later.
What do I want? I want to know I'm headed in the right direction. I want to keep my options open. I do want to take care of my family. I want to give something back. I want to learn, find what's right for me, be ready for anything, make the right choices. I want to find the people who can get me there.
American Express Financial Advisors can help you decide what you want to do and how to get there.
I want to say I made a difference. I want to do more.
I'm in publishing. We sell drums, fresh flowers, vintage cars.
We make ceramics.
We make the part that goes in here. Fish sticks. We have computers.
I know a lot about computers. No, you don't.
We use computers. I just don't know much about them. Jack squat. We need somebody that knows manufacturing.
Ceramic.
Flour, wholesaling. The publishing business.
And computers.
Any ideas?
Parenting is a constant learning process. What you have to do is prioritize.
Back in '88, Earl wanted to retire, spend more time with Tiger.
But Dad taught me.
I met an American Express financial advisor. Dave is a personal friend of mine to this day. We trust each other because we got a track record.
It's about making smarter decisions.
We're a team, and that's when dreams can happen.
American Express Financial Advisors.
This is 60 Minutes. It's a kind of a magazine for television.
The reporters of 60 Minutes have dedicated themselves to bringing us closer to the truth.
You're a crook.
For more than 3 decades. They've done more than make television history. They've become a part of our lives.
I'm Steve Croft.
I'm Leslie Stahl.
I'm Ed Bradley. I'm Morley Safer. I'm Mike Wallace.
For the best television news magazine, the address is CBS Sunday.
Super Saturday continues at the U.S. Open, and all eyes turn to Michael Chang. He first arrived here 10 years ago, collecting special memories for a 15-year-old. But now he's the only American remaining in the men's draw, and the only souvenir that will satisfy him is a big shiny trophy that says U.S. Open Champion.
The time I like is the rush hour, 'cause I like the rush. The people, I like it all so much. Hurt my devotion, do not know where it goes. I move with the movement and I have the touch.
Michael Chang taking the court at Ash Stadium for the second semifinal. The winner to play Greg Rosetsky tomorrow for the U.S. Open title. Raptor and Chang coming up. Jim Nantz back with John McEnroe and Mary Carrillo, and Michael Chang is the 2 seed. He's the favorite going into the semifinals with what was left, and he has come through now 2 straight grueling 5-set matches to make it to the semifinals. And what will that mean to him, you think, Mary?
Well, it takes a lot, Jim, for Michael Chang to win matches. He's got to really grub around, counterpunch, throw his heart into it. He has played an awful lot of tennis. Look at all the tennis already in his body. Almost 13 hours of match time, 2.5 hours per match about, and his last 2 matches with the 5-setters, he had to beat Cedric Pioline of France. That was a very, very difficult match. I mean, a very physical effort from both guys, finally decided by Chang's legs and Chang's heart. Then he had to come back a couple of nights later and play Marcelo Rios, and Rios played one of the great matches of his young career. He, too, extended Chang to a final 5th set. So as I said, you know, Chang needs to be fresh. He needs to be aggressive with his feet, and that could be a hard thing for him to do.
For Patrick Rafter, it's his second Slam semifinal of the year, and he says he hopes to build on the last one. That was at the French. He was unseated there, John, and many people are talking about how you can compare him to some of the old Australians, and maybe not even that old when we talk about Pat Cash.
Well, I think Mary made a good comparison with Stefan Edberg. Pat Cash is another guy, the traditional, and I'm a sucker for this, Jim. You hear this? Serve and volley on the male side. This is beautiful. Patrick Rafter is a guy who's going to come in whenever he gets the chance. Extremely athletic as net, as we see here. He's got some good field, excellent hands. He's gotten himself in better condition. He can play from the backcourt, but when given a chance, he will chip and charge off the serve. And you are clearly going to see that today when Patrick Rafter plays Michael Chang.
What does Rafter have to do to win this match?
Well, he's got to get that first serve percentage up. He's got to not let the nerves get in the way, because as we saw about 3-4 days ago against Agassi, he started cramping up in the 4th set.
he's very fit, but nerves can do strange things to the body.
And Mary, about Chang, what must he do to win?
Well, again, the physical factor with Chang, I mean, is just about everything. But if Patrick Rafter, as John says, if he's having an off-serving day, you know, you got to like Chang. You know he'll be scrambling all over the place trying to figure out a way to win this thing. He got to the final last year, but Pete Sampras stopped him. Now it's Greg Rusedski in that final. I mean, John said, beginning of this week, this is the chance of a lifetime for Michael Chang. He knows it every bit as much as we do.
Rafter and Chang for the right to play Rusedski in the final. The second semi coming up next.
He has 31 singles titles. This is his.
Oh, dammi una casa dove il buffalo gira, dove I cervi stanno a giocar. Non si sentano mai una brutta parola e il cielo non fa oscuro mai.
Introducing Navigator from Lincoln. What a luxury should be.
Hey, honey, he's walking. Get the camera.
Fujifilm presents the smallest one-time use camera. Smaller than a key case.
Stay with
Pack of tissues.
Stay with Daddy.
A wallet.
Come on, where is it?
The 24mm Advanced Photo System Quick Snap takes great big pictures. And it's so small you'll always have a camera handy. Just try to remember where.
I think life is made of promises. You need them when you're little, and you rely on them all your life. Promises are how we tell each other that we care. They don't really have a beginning or an end. They're forever.
For more than 145 years, people across America have relied on Mass Mutual for life insurance and financial security. Mass Mutual, the blue chip company. We help you keep your promises.
Koresh. Gotti.
How are you going to address the question?
McVeigh. One by one, they all fall down. Eddie, cuff him. Who's next?
David Caruso is U.S. Attorney Michael Hayes. CBS Tuesday, this fall.
The National Tennis Center already being exposed to a 5-set thriller today in the first semifinal, won by Greg Rusedski from Great Britain by way of Canada. He's in the finals now against the winner of Rafter and Chang.
Semifinal match.
And these two met,
tie-break set.
well, just a little more than 2 weeks ago out on Long Island. Hard court match, and Rafter prevailed in that best-of-3 match, 6-1 in the third.
Don't think that match, Jim, has anything to do with this match. That was a warm event that I'm sure Chang was more than happy to get a couple days rest before the stop of the U.S. Open. Not saying he didn't give 100%. See, he only gave 100. He gives about 140 here, so it's less of an effort for the young American, born in Hoboken, now living out west. Grew up in California on these hard courts. Very similar to this surface we see there, ranked number 2 in the world. Been around forever, still only 25. Best record on the tour this year, 54-13, 5 titles, a ton of money. Excellent at the U.S. Open.
It's his third U.S. Open semifinal, and
Mary talked about this draw. Fredrickson was easy. Solzenstein was a lot tougher than expected. He's got a future. Sargisi in the NCAA champ, that was easy for him. Pioline, 2-1, 5-2 down, and Marcelo Rios gave him a handful the other night.
Patrick Rafter, the 13th seed here, ranked 14th in the world, and likes to spend some time in Bermuda instead of traveling all the way back home. And Andre Agassi, among others, at this Open.
He had a tough looking draw initially. Medvedev first round was not simple. Magnus Norman had that big win over Sampras at the French. Ivanisevic at Wimbledon destroyed him. Even more of a destruction was Lionel Roux in the third round. Agassi, an exciting match 3-4 nights ago, and Magnus Larsson, relatively easy win for Patrick Rafter there. Now that's digging deep right there. Get that stat out.
Rafter said yesterday, talking to him, that this is a tough match for me because Michael's not going to overpower you, so you must serve well. Otherwise, he's always putting a lot of pressure on you. If I don't serve well, he's always putting heat on me.
And the better he serves, the more risk and more aggressive he can be off the Chang serve. Rafter supposedly like Bjorkman, he struggles on the forehand side, but once again, I think the fact that the players have been going after Rafter's forehand has helped him improve that shot.
That's impressive. And handsome. 4 of his last 7 matches he's won against top 10 opponents.
Greg Bruzetsky was one of those guys a couple weeks ago in New Haven semifinals, among others.
Rafter will hit the top 10 come Monday when the new rankings come out.
Michael may have been sending a little message there.
15. Get him off the net?
Get him off the net. I'd use that. I said the other night when Agassi was playing him that he gets awful close. That top spin lob could be effective. He was up there in plenty of time. Try to go after Rafter. Missed it well long. He had an easy shot up the line that he decided not to play.
Regardless of the outcome of this match, Mary, as you pointed out, Rafter will be in the top 10 come Monday, and last Aussie in the top 10.
He's the biggest heartthrob here. A lot of women think he's been a 10, a perfect 10 for a long time now.
Was the last Australian-born player in the top 10. That was back in 1988.
Well, that's another handsome Aussie. Rafter quickly to break point the first game of the match. Nice boost for him. Bruzetsky's another guy who will be in the top 10. Bjorkman's another guy. And Chang we already know about.
Right away. Open the match.
You are the architect of your financial future. Fidelity.com helps you make the plan. Together you narrow it down to a few ideas. Commit to those that meet your specs. Visit Fidelity.com. And start building the fund portfolio of your dreams.
It's about time. Yeah, finally got one.
You're just too good to be true. Can't take my eyes off of you. You'd be like...
Well?
Out.
Thanks. I must say, you're doing a great job today.
Ship your package in 2 days with FedEx. You run into 7 different price zones.
Ship your package in 2 days with UPS. And you'll run into 7 different price zones.
Ship your package in 2 to 3 days with priority mail. And there's just one price zone.
So, what's your priority? Priority mail from the U.S. Postal Service.
A bad start for Michael Chang. 3 unforced errors in that first game. Pressing a little too much in that opener.
15. And an ace on the first serve, Rafter. Back to back.
See a lot of that today. I said Chang destroyed me in the 91 U.S. Open with that topspin lob, and he is a good strategist. If he's done any homework at all on Rafter, he sees how close to the net Rafter gets.
Just like Edberg, as we were talking about before. Although Patrick Rafter's serve is bigger than Edberg's ever was. He'll win a lot more points off of his serve. Edberg relied on a serve volley combo.
Well, Edberg's a classic example of a guy who didn't need to serve as hard. It actually helped him because he was closer to the net by the time the return was struck than most other guys. In my opinion, as we see Rafter put away a beautiful backhand volley, like his coach, Tony Roach. This is interesting. Working overtime back in the truck now.
Look how
299 net point won.
And many more ground strokes struck by Michael Chang.
I think we can make it 300 net points won.
I think actually Edberg started losing a little something when he started to hit a harder serve and lost some of that placement. It's clear Chang is trying to send Rafter the message that he'll be aggressive when given the chance so that Rafter can't just sit there and wait for his moment.
Even though it failed him in the first 2 points of the match, he tried to get himself to the net. He missed, but yeah, he's trying to get Rafter off of there, stake out some territory for himself at the net. He has started this match pretty tight. That's his first double fault.
I don't know about you, Mayor, but I've noticed it's been clear since Sampras lost that Chang has tightened
yes,
up.
Absolutely.
He's the favorite.
He is not in that position at all.
It's the first time you could ever say that Michael Chang was the favorite at a slam.
But his game takes so much work, he always feels like the underdog.
30, 50.
And he absolutely must be feeling some effects from those 2 5-setters. He cannot possibly, if he is a human being, he's got to feel it a little bit.
40.
But he could look to Edberg in 92 and say, hey, Edberg had an amazing run, 5-set wins. So I can do it too. Looking to get on the board at 40-15.
Put him on the board. Rafter up a break in the first set.
Rafter leads 2 games to 1.
Tired of waiting? You don't understand what's going on? That's how it feels to fly sometimes. Make it your responsibility to make sure no one feels that way on United.
Compared to the rest of the industry, United is heading in a different direction.
The forecast. No more than a somewhat educated guess. Those who trust it often wind up in the wrong place at the wrong time. Unlike others, we don't rely on reports of clear skies or dark skies in the market. Our mutual funds rely on simple, clear strategies that seek performance through discipline. We have no use for weather reports. We are not in the guessing business. AIM. Invest with discipline.
According to this Russian general, 100 Russian nuclear bombs, small enough to fit in suitcases, are missing. Who's got them? Nobody knows. 60 Minutes, Sunday.
Back in the first set, Rafter up a break. In this semifinal, Greg Rosetsky already advancing to the final, a 5-set win over Jonas Bjorkman.
That's a terrific stick save from Patrick Rafter.
50.
Michael Chang likes a target, but he's not going to like having to hit against a target every stinking shot he takes. That is what Rafter will try very much to pose to Chang.
I really first noticed Rafter's incredible net play at the French when he served volleyed, lost to Bugaro, had a real shot there in the semis, and he has really come on in the last 6 months or a year.
Second serve.
Plenty of Aussies have won the French Open serving and volleying, but a serving volleyer hasn't won there since Yannick Noah did it back in '83.
13.
And it's very important for Rafter to continue to move the serve all around the box, not let Chang find a rhythm off the ground or against return. Norm Christ in the chair. Seems Chang heard an errant beep off the Cyclops. 30 love.
My question is, why can't you hear the player talk to the umpire now? I mean, from what I remember, in my day, it was awful clear.
You were a lot more voluble.
Actually, I think you're one of the big reasons why we can't hear the conversation down there anymore.
30, 50.
Actually, that was an ATP rule that was made a couple of years ago because...
the one good rule they made, right there.
Yesterday, Rosetsky had laryngitis.
40.
John, I wondered if you'd ever gone into a match without your voice. And how hard was it?
Unfortunately, for some fans that may not have been inside, no, never. I wouldn't go on the court if I had laryngitis. It's against my personal rules. Half-hearted stretch by Rafter because he wasn't sure the pass was going to go in. I think he looked back at his coach, Tony Roach, to ask, hey, would this have gone in? And the answer is yes. So it was a good idea to try to knock off that volley. He's still got a point for 3-1 at 40-30.
Game, Rafter.
3-1.
Rafter leads 3 games to 1.
Patrick Rafter is one of 9 kids. He's number 7 in line. From a small mining town called Mount Isa, a blue-collar town in the Queensland outback. And his whole family is very much involved in his career. His brother Stephen is his manager. He's the oldest. And for a time, another one of his brothers, Jeff, coached him and traveled with him. And he's had Bob Nailbags Carmichael coaching, and Tony Roach works with him part of the year as well. An awful lot of good Aussies have contributed to this man's classic Australian serve and volley style.
15.
Well, Rafter gets a short ball, and he comes. This is not unexpected. What is a slightly unexpected is Chang. It looks like he's struggling a little bit with his movement. I don't care how often Chang comes to net, his opponent's not going to be as fearful as when you see one of these big guys charging. He's not a tall man at 5'9". He leaves only so much of the court he can cover. So he better hit a big approach. Not big enough there for Patrick Rafter at love 30 now.
Mary, you saw Michael Chang's fatigue up close Thursday night when he came into the studio for the highlight show.
It was really something to see. Here's Chang. He's just finished playing a 5-setter against Marcelo Rios. He was trying to cool down, and as he was speaking with us, he was pounding